Leading off the center fielder, number 2, Johnny Field.
Welcome back inside the Sweet Old Bills pregame show. Javik Blake alongside Kendrick Fruits getting you set for the Ducks and the Rockers. Game 2 of a 3-game set. The Rockers walked it off a night ago. 4-3 the final, and 4 straight unanswered runs to take over the best record in the entire league. They come in today 45-36, 14-7 in the second half, and winners of 3 straight, 12 of their last 14. The Ducks come in today 43-36, 7-13 in the second half. They've lost 5 in a row and lost 10 of their last 13. It's time to go around the Atlantic League, brought to you by Jenny Morrow Cruise Planners, and let's get you caught up with everything from yesterday. Postponed due to rain was Southern Maryland and York. That game is not being made up today. It'll be made up tomorrow on Sunday as part of a doubleheader. West Virginia takes down Lancaster 4-3. Junior Rincon the win, Scott Schumann the loss, and Mike Broadway picks up his 6th save of the season. Things got wild and crazy at where else but Caramont Health Park. Lexington takes down Gastonia by a final score of 15-13 in 10 innings. It was a game that was back and forth. It featured 28 combined runs. It also featured 27 combined hits, 2 errors, 9 different home runs, 6 for Lexington, 3 for Gastonia. And get this, it only featured 10 walks. The Rockers walked 14 times on Tuesday against Gastonia. Derek Self gets the win, and for Gastonia, getting the loss and falling to 0-1 is Hontan Herman. We go around to Saturday in the Atlantic League. We're just about 15 minutes or so away from first pitch between the Rockers and the Ducks. Currently underway is York and Southern Maryland. Last night was supposed to be dodgeball night at the ballpark, where we're going to see the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs dress up as the Globo Gym Purple Cobras and the York Revolution dress up as the Average Joes. That was pushed to today, so they'll play it out, not on ESPN 8 the Ocho, it's on the Revs Radio Network. A little bit different, but that game currently in the top of the second inning, tied at 0. Darryl Thompson going for his league-leading 10th win of the year for the Blue Crabs, and Justin Lara on the mound for York. West Virginia's jumped out to an early 2-0 lead behind Alexis Candelario on the mound. Tommy Shirley on the hill for Lancaster. Lexington and Gastonia, top of the first inning. There's no score. Eli Garcia on the mound for Lexington, and Euclides Laer on the mound for Gastonia.
Yeah, let's see how long that no-score situation actually lasts there. Only one transaction to let you know about today, and my goodness, this is a very interesting one in the shape of the Atlantic League. The Gastonia Honey Hunters have acquired infielder Ryan Jackson from the Long Island Ducks for cash considerations and a player to be named later. And this really shifts the way things look in the South Division, because this is a very, very talented Gastonia offense, and they've just gotten even better.
The only problem is it doesn't address the issue. They are a team that can hit with the best. They have no bullpen, and we saw it all week long. The bullpen outside of Jose doesn't have a lot of guys out of that back end. Instead of trading for someone out of the back end, yes, pitching's thin, they trade for a hitter. So this is a team that's going to put up a ton of runs. But the big question, it's been the same thing all year. Can they stop the other team from scoring 10, 11 a night?
It almost feels like an arms race in which they're just banking on trying to be able to outslug the opponent and just say, hey, we'll win the 17-15 ball game. But like you said, in the postseason, pitching wins championships. It's the way the old famous adage goes. And for Gastonia, we just don't see the pitching there. But this is a dangerous offense to watch. This is a fun offense to watch. And all of a sudden, that infield is Jason Rogers, Mike Osinski, Ryan Jackson, and Joshua Saleh. So it's a very, very talented infield for Gastonia. The Sweet Old Bills pregame show continues. In just a moment, we take a look at tonight's starting lineups. That's coming up next.
tonight's umpires are presented by Triad Eye and Associates. Now welcoming Patience to Opry Triad locations. And here are tonight's umpires behind home plate.
Welcome back into the Sweet Old Bills pregame show. Time to take a look at tonight's starting lineups built by Colt. First off, for the visiting Long Island Ducks, leading off the shortstop, Vladimir Frias. The second baseman, Steve Lombardozzi, will bat second. Lou Ford, the designated hitter in the 3 spot. LJ Mazzilli in left field will bat fourth. And following him in the 5 spot is Chris Shaw, who plays right field. Hector Sanchez, the catcher, bats sixth. Ramon Flores, the first baseman, hits in the number 7 spot. Ty Kelly, the third baseman, will bat eighth. And Johnny Turbo, the center fielder, hits ninth.
My player to watch today is going to be LJ Mazzilli in the 4 spot. He's been incredibly hot this week, 8 for 14, 5 walks, and has really taken hold of that top spot in batting average in the order. Bumped that batting average back up to above 330, and he's the only guy hitting above 310 on this team.
Well, LJ Mazzilli was one of 2 players to pick up 3 hits last night. The other one was Steve Lombardozzi, and Lombardozzi hit his 12th home run of the year. He's up to 55 runs batted in. He's a guy who, through the course of the year, has just found success against the Rockers. Maybe not always putting up huge numbers, but it's a situation where he always seems to find the big hit. He's actually hitting .343 against the Rockers with now 2 home runs, 8 RBIs, and for some reason, High Point has not been able to figure him out yet. Starting lineup for the Rockers, leading off in center field is Johnny Field. Michael Martinez, the third baseman, will bat second. Quincy Lattimore in left field will hit third. Jerry Downs, the first baseman, the cleanup batter tonight. James McGowan will bat in the number 5 spot and play right field. Giovanni Alfonso, the shortstop, hits sixth. The catcher, Stuart Levy, bats seventh, while J.R.D. Sarcina, the second baseman, hits eighth, and batting ninth is the designated hitter, Jared Mitchell.
My player to watch today is going to be James McGowan in that 5 spot. It's a 6-game hit streak currently and is batting 12 for 22 over that span. He's driven in 8 and has really come back with a vengeance since being away from the team all last week.
Well, like I said last night, I'm always very interested to see how a guy who has been away from the team does in his first game back, which means tonight I'm looking at Michael Martinez. Had a couple of days off, was hitting .361, 2 home runs, 10 RBIs going into that little break, and he's been a guy who was so much fun to watch before taking a few days off, so I want to see whether he looks rested, whether he looks ready to go tonight, and it will be a good challenge for him tonight facing a good pitching staff in the Long Island Ducks. Your starting pitching matchup tonight, Hunter Caudell going for the Ducks, 1-0, a 2.87 ERA, while Neil Uscali, who's 1-0 with an ERA of 0, gets the ball for the Rockers. And what can we expect from this pitching matchup here tonight?
Well, one thing we're not going to probably expect is length. These are 2 guys that are not going super long. Caudell has only gone 5 innings once this year, and that's when he threw 102 pitches, by far his longest start. Uscali is not expected to go long today. Coaching staff, Billy Horn, said he's probably going to go 2-3 innings. Jonathan Crawford will be behind them. And then our expectation is up here in the booth, then that's when you throw in the big guys, Brazoban, Dull, and Halbon to close it out. But you want to try and get those 2 guys to about 5-6 innings, which is the plan tonight for the Rockers and head coach Jamie Keefe.
Well, it should be a fun one, should be a very interesting one in terms of strategy, because if anything goes wrong and for some reason you don't get to the 5th or 6th inning with those 2 first guys, all of a sudden the question becomes, how do you patch that and how do you get there? And that's kind of been the question mark for this Rockers bullpen this year. But this is a team that's coming in red hot. They've been a whole lot of fun to watch recently, and we look to see that continue tonight. But that'll do it for the Sweet Old Bills pregame show, and go ahead and get ready to get rocking and rolling on a Saturday night. It's the Rockers, it's the Ducks, and it's next on the Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto.
would you ask that you please rise and remove your hat? As we'll honor America and those who protect her with the singing of the Star-Spangled Banner. Performed for you this evening by Truist Wilson.
Oh, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose bright stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched, were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Ladies and gentlemen, Truist Wilson.
Well, some people say, why waste away in Margaritaville when you can spend the evening at a ballpark? And to that I say, why can't you do both? Hello, everyone, and welcome into Margaritaville Night at Truist Point as the High Point Rockers are set to take on the Long Island Ducks for Game 2 of this 3-game set. Kendrick Fruits, Javik Blake here with you as we are moments away from first pitch, and we are getting set for what should be a lot of fun, especially after a game yesterday featured fireworks on and off the field. Some coming, the firework guns outside of right field, some coming from the bat of Johnny Field. And well, I'll tell you what, after last night, we both said it in the booth, Javik. We said, hey, I can't wait to be back tomorrow. It's going to be a lot of fun.
This one should be a fun one. The former Rainbow Warrior and the Hawaiian-themed jerseys on Margaritaville Night in the mound for the Rockers against a Ducks team that, quite frankly, needs to turn things around. Yes, they won the first half division title in the North, but this is a team that really for the last 3 weeks has just been absolutely struggling between the hitting not being there, the late inning breakdowns, leaving guys on base. It's a team that's lost 5 in a row, 10 of their last 13, and there's a reason behind it. If they want to do good in the playoffs, I mean, time's ticking down. There's not more than 6 weeks left in the year. There's not a lot of time to turn it around and get on a roll to try and win that division title and win it all in 2021.
Well, the lineup tonight for the Ducks again: Frias, Lombardozzi, Ford, Mazzilli, Shaw, Sanchez, Flores, Kelly, and Turbo. And Neil Uscali taking his last couple of warm-up tosses. 1-0 record on the year. 4 strikeouts, 3 walks, and 6 2/3 innings. Although he has made 1 start this year, he has pitched almost exclusively out of the bullpen, and that's, again, part of what Javik was alluding to in the pregame show. He's only expected to go 2, maybe 3 innings, but the good thing for Uscali so far this year, no earned runs. That's pretty solid, and for a Rockers team that understands that when you play Long Island, you're staring at a pitcher's duel, that's about as good an opener as you can go with.
It really is, and he's a guy who, first off, you're happy to see on the mound after he left his last appearance against the Lexington Legends, walking off the mound with an arm injury. Everything seems to be okay and good to go, and comes in today, really, it's kind of a wild card. We're not quite sure what we're going to get.
Vladimir Frias, the shortstop, steps into the left-handed batter's box. And the right-hander Uscali delivers. First thing we're going to get tonight is a fastball, up and away, ball 1.
First pitch time today, 7:06 p.m.
Comes the 1-0 to Frias. Fastball swung on line deep down the right field side. It's hooking foul, and the count 1-1.
Weather here in High Point, 85 degrees and sunny. Wind ever so slightly out to left at 3 miles an hour. As always, first pitch time and weather brought to you by Old Dominion Freight Line. ODFL, helping the world keep promises.
Frias put an 0 for up yesterday, 0 for 5. He's hitting .307 on the year. The 1-1 from Muscali. Fastball. It's called strike at the top of the zone, and the count 1-2. Frias ready in the left-handed box. Here comes that 1-2 from Muscali. Now timeout called. Muscali works the first base side of the rubber, and unlike the last couple rocker starters, he uses the windup. Fastball upstairs, and the count 2-2.
After yesterday, where we didn't see anyone use the windup, it's a little bit of a different tone today. Neither Downs nor Hensley decided to go from it yesterday.
Here comes the 2-2. Popped up, left side. Racing over, giving it a look is Michael Martinez. It gets out of play 2-2. Not only that, but from the beginning of the year to now, we've seen Craig Stem mostly abandon it as well. He started the year with the windup and has almost gone exclusively from the stretch for about 3 or 4 starts now.
We talked about it yesterday with Darren Downs kind of pioneering it over the last decade plus of why to not use the windup, and it all comes down to just making it repeatable.
The 2-2, fastball high, in the count full to Frias. The Ducks jumped out to the first 3 runs of the ball game yesterday. Fastball popped up in the infield. Michael Martinez starting to go back on it a little bit and is called off by Giovanni Alfonso, who falls down but makes the catch on his way down to the ground, and that is out number 1. A little bit of an adventure, but makes the catch and will set the Rockers defense.
Let's meet the Rockers defense. Quincy Lattimore in left, Johnny Field in center, James McGowan is in right, third to first around the infield. Michael Martinez making his second start of the year at the hot corner. Alfonso at short. J.R. DeSarcina man second. Jerry Downs at first, and behind the plate is Stuart Levy.
I think you could make a case that this on the field right now is the best defensive lineup the Rockers could put out there. Here's Steve Lombardozzi hitting at .310 with a team-high 12 home runs and also a team-high 55 runs batted in. First pitch misses, ball 1.
You definitely can argue that. You think about what you have in the corners. Lattimore is great defensively. Field is unbelievable. And James McGowan,
1-0, down low, 2-0.
be graded on a 20 to 80 scale. McGowan probably slides at around a 55-60. Field in centers an 85 out of 80, and Lattimore you probably grade out around a 65.
The 2-0 fastball. Lombardozzi takes a strike on the inside part of the zone, and the count 2-1.
I think one of the big things, though, is putting Martinez at third and keeping DeSarcina at second. It's a position he's got a lot more comfortable with as the year has gone on.
The 2-1 to Lombardozzi, fouls it off, count 2-2. Absolutely, and the good thing is, when you've been a major league utility guy like Michael Martinez has been for 7-8 years, you're comfortable at shortstop, second base, third base, so he can slide into third base today and play it like he's played it all his life. Muscali delivers the 2-2 to Lombardozzi. Fastball down the left field line. It's foul, but will it stay in play for Lattimore? Slides and cannot make the catch. Picks it up and tosses the ball towards a Long Island reliever down in the bullpen. Good effort from Lattimore, and there we see the closing speed that Quincy brings in the outfield. He was covering a lot of ground on that ball. He ended up just about a foot, maybe 2 short of it.
Lattimore is really just a 5-tool guy in the Atlantic League. He can give you the defense, can give you the speed, the contact, and power are both there too.
The 3-2 hit on the ground towards short. Alfonso picks it up, tosses it over to first base in time. That is out number 2. Yeah, for Lattimore, probably the 2 biggest knocks on him through his career have A, been the fact that the average has not always been there, And B, and this is one of the most unfair knocks against anybody, is his size. A lot of people just say, oh, he's too small to play as a corner outfielder.
And we talked about it a bit yesterday. He's a guy that you look at the plate and you go, he's really 5'11", 175 with that much pop.
The hitter is Lou Ford. First pitch from Uscali misses away 1-0.
Did you see guys around Major League Baseball sort of kind of kick that mindset to the curb? Big proponent of it is Marcus Stroman of the Mets.
The 1-0, down low 2-0. I think guys like Jose Altuve really started to change the perception of a small guy and what they can bring to the table, because we've seen he started to develop a power stroke recently, as well as to go with the speed and the defense as Ford swings and misses 2-1.
I think really it's guys like Altuve, Pedroia, who have paved the way for position players to not be 6'2", 6'3", all this type of power. It's sort of brought things back.
The 2-1 coming to Ford. Swings and fouls off a high fastball. Was probably ball 3, but the count 2-2 now. Home plate umpire tonight is Larry Rosenberg. Rob Massaro down the first base side, and Calvin Baker, the umpire, down third. You think Calvin Baker breathes a sigh of relief on days where he's not behind the plate?
The way the ball finds him, he's probably going to have to maneuver his way out of a couple down the third baseline.
Here comes the 2-2. Curveball doesn't come back down, and the count is full. Uscali looking for the 1-2-3 inning. Here's the pitch, fastball low, and it is a 2-out walk to Lou Ford, and the first inning continues for L.J. Mazzilli. The Ducks today wearing the gray pants, black jerseys, Ducks in cursive across the front, and of course the letter D has the face of a duck with the bill. Orange numbering for Long Island. For the Rockers, it's white pants, it's blue hats, and it's a Hawaiian-themed shirt. The lettering and the numbering, High Point, of course, in cursive in the front, but they are both pink. The jersey themselves are a beach scene. I think there's flamingos on there. There's water. That pitch just misses in the count 1-0. Some pink flowers, and looks like a van, a bus, and a little tiki bar. Very, very fun-looking beach scene. Of course, it is Margaritaville night here at the ballpark, and the players are decked out accordingly. Fastball, that's a called strike, 1-1. And Javik, you are dressed up as well. You have a lei.
I do. I'm kind of annoyed with myself. I have a pink sort of Hawaiian-themed polo did not wear that tonight. It was a missed opportunity on my part.
Here comes the 1-1. Curveball hit on the ground up the middle, and it'll be a base hit. Lou Ford only able to move up to second. And so it's a 2-out single for Mazzilli, and there's 2 aboard with 2 outs for Chris Shaw. You know, I ended up not buying it, but one of the last times that I went to a thrift store or antique store or whatever it was, there was a Hawaiian shirt, like made of the thin material, that had Major League Baseball team logos on it, and I almost got it.
Why didn't you?
Not sure, but I did.
That seems like a very big missed opportunity.
It really
on your
does.
part.
I think maybe it was too small, but it would have been a fantastic purchase for sure had I made it. First pitch, swing and a miss by Shaw, and the count 0-1.
Well, hopefully someone's out there enjoying it.
Absolutely. I think the weirder thing isn't the fact that I didn't get it, but the fact that I didn't go find one online after getting home after not buying it.
There's even a couple. One Baseballism has one that's Sandlot themed.
Oh, I like that. This one hit on the ground up the middle. Will it squeak through? No, backhanded by D. Sarcina. Throws to first. Nice play by the young second baseman to backhand that one behind second, and throws on to first for the final out of the inning. Long Island gets 2 aboard, but they do not score. We go to the bottom of the first on the Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto.
All right, fans. St. Farm Equipment would like to help us welcome the one, the only, Clyde the Rocky Horse. Here he comes around the warning track with his best friends Shane and Steph. together and cheer them on as they make their way around the field. For all of your farm equipment needs, be sure to visit St. Farm Equipment in Lexington, North Carolina. Rockers fans, make some noise for Honey! And nestled in the center of downtown High Point, the Catalyst Club overlooks the majestic ball field at Truist Point. With an ever-growing skyline as its backdrop, this dynamic space serves as a perfect representation of the city's vision to pursue new heights. We invite you to set your sights on the horizons that lay ahead. From weddings to corporate events, birthday parties, and more. With on-site catering provided and the highest attention to detail, we look forward to working with you to ensure your vision becomes reality.
Bottom of the first inning. No score here from Truist Point. We might as well call it Margaritaville here tonight. That is where we are. There is no score. Hunter Caudell making the start for the Long Island Ducks. Again, the lineup for the Rockers: Field, Martinez, Lattimore, Downs, McGowan, Alfonso, Levy, DiSarcina, and Mitchell. We'll tell you a little bit more about Hunter Caudell. 1-0, 2.87 the ERA. This is appearance number 8. It is start number 3. 18 walks, check that, 18 strikeouts, 11 walks, and 15 2/3 innings. The big number there. He's only allowed 1 home run this year. This is a guy that keeps the ball in the yard.
And that's a big thing for someone like Caudell, who's young. He's a fly ball pitcher more than anything else, but that works here. That's what we saw last time he pitched against the Rockers. Pitched an inning in the middle game of the 3-game set and pretty much did just that. He kept the ball in the yard, used fly balls, and it's a ballpark that plays big.
Just a reminder, today's Rockers jerseys are available for auction on the Live Source app. Special Margaritaville jerseys presented by Visiting Angels, and proceeds to the live auction bids will go to Hospice of the Piedmont. So a fantastic cause and really some great looking jerseys. So we highly encourage you to go ahead and place your bids. Bidding is open now, again, on the Live Source app for your Margaritaville game-worn jersey. Caudell's first pitch to Johnny Field, last night's hero, takes fastball called strike at the top of the zone. Field 281, 8 home runs, 35 batted in. Last time we saw him, he was getting a Gatorade bath after crossing home plate last night.
Now it looks like he's on vacation.
Yeah. 0-1, fastball misses away from Caudell and almost looked like it caught Hector Sanchez, the catcher, flat-footed. He kind of stood up very weird to try to make that catch. Caudell listed at 6'7", 221 pounds. The curveball does not come down to Field, and the count 2-1. And you know, sometimes with younger pitchers, especially tall guys, sometimes they don't know how to harness their height and how to use it to their advantage. So we'll see if Caudell is able to do that tonight. Fastball, that's a strike, and the count is 2-2. Especially if you're able to get that downward motion from that extra height, usually you get some natural movement that comes with it. The right-hander comes set. Here comes the 2-2 to Field. Fastball, and that is strike 3 looking. Field will go down, and that is out number 1. With that, we'll set the Long Island defense.
In left field is LJ Mazzilli, Johnny Turbo in center, Chris Shaw in right, third to first around the infield, Ty Kelly, Vladimir Frias, Steve Lombardozzi, and Ramon Flores. Hector Sanchez behind home plate.
That brings up Michael Martinez. It's a nice round of applause. There's a good crowd here tonight at Truist Point. First pitch to Martinez, fouling it off, and the count 0-1. Same thing we saw from Jerry Downs last night after having a couple days off, swinging at the first pitch and fouling it off. Fastball misses away, count 1-1. Before taking a little bit of time off, Martinez was really starting to find his power stroke. He hit 2 home runs in the span of about 3 days. Here comes the 1-1. Off speed, swing and a miss. Right through it was Martinez in the count 1-2. Other thing it does, not only does it give you another left-handed hitter to start here tonight, but he's a switch hitter as well as he swings and taps it right back weakly to the mound. Caudell picks it up, and Martinez is retired 1-3 on the swinging bunt. Brings up Quincy Lattimore, was 1 for 2 yesterday in his return to High Point. Had a chance to talk to him in the pregame show, and one thing he said that he was absolutely adamant about, he said, look, I loved Italy. There were so many good things about it. But the one thing I absolutely hated was playing twice a week. He was so glad to come back to a situation where he can have his name penciled in the lineup 5 or 6 times in a week. First pitch to him, downstairs, count 1-0. But while he did say that he didn't enjoy playing twice a week, one thing he said that it helped him to do was to become a better hitter, because he said, I could spend 5 days working and then 2 days playing ball. That pitch down low and the count 2-0.
Well, definitely showed his numbers in Italy were pretty staggering. Average above 360, OPS above 1.2.
The 2-0. Fastball from Caudell. That's a strike at the top of the zone, and the count is 2-1. Caudell comes set. Here's the pitch. Fastball. This one also a called strike on the outside part of the zone. The count 2-2. And it kind of feels like he's compacted his swing a little bit as well from 2019. Kind of had a little more loop in it last year, but now he keeps the bat just behind his right ear until he's ready to pull the trigger as that pitch misses away in the count full. The impressive thing is the fact that it's such a compact swing but still has so much power in it. Caudell comes set. Here comes a 3-2. Fastball inside, ball 4. And just like in the top of the first inning, the first 2 hitters were retired. The third one works a walk. And that brings up Jerry Downs. Jerry Downs hitting .332 with 15 home runs and 54 batted in.
Here's your first baseman, number 28, Jerry Downs.
The entire playing surface is in shadow, with the exception of just the far extremes of the left center field alleyway and the right center field alleyway. And a little bit up the walls into the batter's eye, but 99% of this field is in shade. First pitch off speed to Downs is a strike.
Downs is our Simon Jewelers Diamond Double Player of the Game. If he hits a double during tonight's game, he'll receive a coupon before exiting the gate for a free jewelry cleaning and inspection at Simon Jewelers.
Lattimore takes his lead off of first base. And here comes the 0-1 to Downs. Off speed upstairs, and the count 1-1. Well, we talked about in the Gastonia series how taking advantage of your opportunities were huge because you'd have to win a high-scoring game. You got to take advantage of your opportunities in this series as well, because there's no guarantee you get more than 2 or 3 runs in a game. And that goes for both sides. Here comes the 1-1 to Downs. Swung on the off-speed pitch right back to Caudell. Throws it on to first base in time, and that is the final out of the inning. So Hunter Caudell really doesn't need a lot of help in the first inning. A strikeout and 2 groundouts right back to him. And we're scoreless after 1 inning of play. We head to the second on the Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto.
Bethany Medical Center is the preferred medical practice partner of the High Point Rockers. Your health is our concern. Hey Rockers Nation, turn your attention to the Jumbotron and watch one special fan answer the Blue Ridge trivia question of the night. We need your help cheering them on as they put their their knowledge to the test. I'm going to throw it down to Shaylin, the Neat Guys contestant.
Thanks, Joe. I am here with Austin, and he is going to answer how many dollars types do you know in 20 seconds. Are you ready? Go. German Shepherd. Pitbull. Rottweiler. Golden Retriever. Chihuahua. Okay, that's it. So you're going against our Rockers player, Kyle Albon. Let's see how you compare to him, all right?
German Shepherd, Maltese, Golden Retriever, Great Dane, Chihuahua, Australian Shepherd. Sure, that's all we got.
Okay, everyone, he gets 8, so congratulations.
Top of the second inning, we are scoreless here at Truist Point between the Rockers and the Ducks. It'll be the 6, 7, and 8 portion of the Long Island lineup. Hector Sanchez, Ramon Flores, and Ty Kelly, the 3 hitters. It's Neil Uscali, and well, like you said, you talked to Billy Horn, who said Uscali, the plan was for him to go 2 or 3. Well, after the first inning, I think 3 is very much in the cards. He looked very good, didn't throw a whole lot of pitches. Well, it wasn't great, but it wasn't 30 plus. A pitch up and away, 1-0.
Well, it depends on what the pitch count is. If the pitch count is, say, 50, then it's 2, maybe a bit into the third. But it's around 60. He's put himself in good shape.
And I think the biggest thing, too, is this one golfed right up the middle from Sanchez. And it's a leadoff single. That'll bring up Ramon Flores. Although maybe it was a little higher in the first inning than what you wanted it to be, he's put himself in a position where he could get back on track with a quick hit. There's Ramon Flores, 234, the hitter, with 3 home runs and 18 batted in. Michael Martinez playing even with the bag at third. Jerry Downs holding on Sanchez in the middle infield looking for the double play. Fastball down and in, 1-0. That's been the tough thing for Uscali, though. He has gotten behind a handful of hitters so far tonight. Here comes the 1-0. That's a fastball, fouled off, and the count 1-1. And although this is a Long Island team that maybe is not the first one that comes to your mind when you think of power in the Atlantic League, they're a team of professional hitters. Most of these guys have made it to AAA or the major leagues, and they know how to take advantage of a mistake. Fastball like that one, lined into the left center field, or right center field gap, gets past James McOwen. They're waving around Hector Sanchez. He will score. The throw comes in towards third, sliding in safely is Ramon Flores with an RBI triple. It's a 1-0 Long Island lead. And can we take a moment to appreciate the fact that, unless I'm mistaken, it's pitching coach Darren Downs over there in the third base coaching box who was wheeling around Hector Sanchez to come around and score.
That is yesterday's starting pitcher, today as the third base coach. You got to think the reason why Backman was over there was because Downs is usually the third base coach, but when he's pitching, he obviously can't coach third.
Swing and a miss, and the off-speed pitch down to Ty Kelly. Kelly at 265 with an RBI. He's not been here particularly long. Same pitch from Uscali, but a little more outside the zone, and Kelly takes it. The count 1-1. Ty Kelly has spent parts of 3 seasons in the big leagues, 2 with the Mets, 1 with the Phillies. Fastball, top of the zone, called strike, and the count 1-2. That run of Hector Sanchez, the first earned run allowed by Uscali this year. Off speed just away, in the count 2-2. Sanchez takes his lead off the third. Here comes the 2-2. Swung on. That's lined in the right field side, but it will go foul into the netting, and the count stays 2-2. Now, second day in a row, we have been very fortunate with good weather. Suffered a rain delay. What was it, game 2 of the Gastonia series? I guess it was about a 30-minute rain delay before the game started.
The wild and crazy one.
Yeah. The 2-2 just misses away with the fastball to count full.
We really should have known it was going to be wild and crazy once there was a 30-minute rain delay followed by a bagillion runs in the early going.
Best part is a bagillion is not an exaggeration. The 3-2 popped up. Giving a look is Stuart Levy, still looking, but now realizes the ball is out of play as it thumps on the roof overhead, and the count holds at 3-2. Well, now the pitch count is at 35 for Uskali. Here's the pitch. Upstairs, ball 4. And that'll be a walk to Kelly. And the first 3 hitters have gotten on here in the second inning. Brings up the number 9 man, Johnny Turbo. And now you're kind of starting to realize that unless things get turned around really quickly, that you're going to need somebody else in the middle after Crawford's tenure on the mound. And Frank Viola will go out now to talk to Uskali. Chafee only threw 14 pitches. He would usually be a guy that you might go to in that situation. Threw 14 pitches yesterday. Also could go with Brian Clark depending on the situation. You could go with John Hayes depending on the situation.
It all depends on what the score is too. I mean, if the Ducks are up 6-0 by the 6th inning, that changes things. But if it's a 3-2, 2-1 game, then you can really lean into your big guys in that back end.
I think now with Uskali nearing the 40 pitch mark, perhaps the biggest indication outside of the score. The score obviously is number 1, but the biggest indication after that may be what kind of length they're able to get out of Jonathan Crawford, who comes out of the bullpen next, we expect. So here's Johnny Turbo, 285 hitter, 3 home runs, 15 batted in. Off speed swing and a miss. Count 0-1.
I remember Uskali's a guy who hasn't pitched in 11 days. Last time he was out on the mound where he threw 52 pitches and then left, just walked off the mound after some sort of injury. So this is also a place where he's just trying to knock off a bit of rust after almost 2 weeks.
Here comes the 1-0. Down low in the count 1-1. Sorry, it was 0-1 before that pitch. The count 1-1 now. After the Rockers, you give up the run at third base for an opportunity to turn 2. That would clear the bases. Here's the pitch, popped up over our heads in the count 1-2. Rockers have been playing some very good baseball as of late. They have won 8 of their last 10. They've been one of the best teams in the Atlantic League in the month of August. They have the best overall record, first and second half combined. Runner goes to second. Here's the 1-2. The pitch is low. Levy's throw is high. Good catch there by D. Sarcina to keep that from going into the outfield, and that is a stolen base for Ty Kelly. His first. So the count is 1-2 now to Turbo. Check that, should be 2-2, I believe. Uskali comes set. 2 runners in scoring position now. This one tapped down the third base side. It's foul. That takes away the double play ball by Kelly stealing second, at least in the traditional sense of the word. Turbo walking back towards the plate. Picks up his bat that was left in the right-handed box. If you're just joining us, we're in the top of the second inning. Ducks with a 1-0 lead. They had a 3-0 advantage yesterday. Uscali comes set. Here's the 2-2. Curveball popped up in the infield. Jerry Downs, the first baseman, trotting in about a third of the way up the line and makes the catch. That is out number 1. We'll go back around to the top of the lineup and Vladimir Frias, who popped out to Giovanni Alfonso to start the game. Uscali climbs up the back of the mound. And he's ready to get the sign from Levy. Frias stands with the bat almost directly behind his head, going down his back, and now has it more in a traditional stance. First pitch coming. Swung on, roped into right field. That's going to fall. 1 run will come in and score. They're waving around Kelly. Here comes the relay home. The tag, not in time. It's a 2-run hit for Vladimir Frias, who'll go to second on the throw. And the Ducks have a 3-0 advantage.
It was a good piece of hitting there by Frias. Smacked it into right. It was a good throw by McGowan, just a little bit late on the relay from DiSarcina. And credit Frias, this Ducks team, after not scoring a whole lot of runs the last couple of games, have finally been able to put things together.
So it's an early 3-0 Ducks lead. The Rockers trailed by 3 yesterday. The score was 3-0 before they began their comeback. This pitch swung on and blooped into right field. That'll fall for a base hit. Lombardozzi lines it into shallow right field. They hold Frias at third, and that is yet another base hit. Runners at the corners for the Ducks as they continue. Now 5 of the 6 hitters this inning have reached base. Brings up Lou Ford, who walked his first at-bat. Ford steps into the right-handed box. Believe it or not, the Rockers' 3-run deficit that they overcame yesterday tied for the longest or largest deficit overcome to win this season. They have come back from 3 runs to win on 2 separate occasions. This one hit on the ground towards Martinez, could be 2, throws to second for 1. The relay to first is not in time. Lou Ford beats it out, the ageless one. Jamie Keefe going out to talk to Rob Massaro, the umpire. We're looking on the replay now. I think Lou Ford beat it out.
That was close. Either way, it was plus or minus a half step on him either being out or safe. But
I think perhaps one of the things that is the most frustrating is the fact that Lou Ford beat out a double play ball. It's not that the call was out or safe. It's the fact that a 45-year-old just legged it down the first baseline.
Credit Lou Ford. We've said a couple of times that speed is underrated.
So there's 2 outs in the inning now. 4 runs have come in for the Ducks. Ford is at first base and LJ Mazzilli the batter. And there's action in the Rockers bullpen, but with these uniforms, I cannot see numbers from that distance as that pitch is a strike in the count 0-1.
That is Jonathan Crawford. Number 15 on his back.
Here comes the 0-1. Uscali delivers to Mazzilli. Off speed, fouled off, and the count is 0-2. Well, Uscali 1 out away from getting out of the second inning, and you probably think the way this inning has gone, he probably would not come out for a third.
He's already almost at 50 pitches. Next pitch is 49.
Comes the 0-2. Curveball fouled off again down the left field side towards the Long Island dugout area, picked up by Darren Downs, and the count stays 0-2. And this is kind of what you expect from the Ducks offense, and it's similar to something the Rockers do in long stretches, and that's singles and doubles and not needing any home runs to put runs on the board. High fly ball, shallow center field. Johnny Field, long way in, puts it away for the final out of the inning. 8 Ducks come to the plate, 4 of them score. They take their 4-0 lead to the bottom of the second of the Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto.
Technical Community College offers a great education while offering quality, affordability, and support. Choose GTCC. Choose success. Learn more at www.gtcc.edu today. Advance the High Point Rockers 2021 Margaritaville Night jersey are now up for auction on the Live Source app. These special jerseys presented by Visiting Angel, Benefit Hospice of the Piedmont, whose mission is connecting individuals and their families to the care they need on the terms they choose. To bid on your favorite player's jersey and support this cause, visit highpointrockers.com/auctions.
Bottom of the second inning, and the Ducks have put 4 across in the top half of this frame to take a 4-0 lead over the Rockers, but lots of baseball still to be played, and for the Rockers, 5, 6, 7 in the lineup. McOwen, Alfonso, and Levy. McOwen's been swinging the bat really well. He's hit some lasers down the right field side. I think that's where Hunter Caudell could get into trouble if he leaves something inside. James McOwen, the way that he is swinging right now, will pull it, and that ball will be just an absolute rocket off in his bat. 4 runs on 5 hits for the Ducks so far. Rockers looking for their first hit of the ball game. Caudell delivers first pitch to McOwen. That's a fastball. That's a strike, and they count 0-1. Your Wake Forest Baptist Health Injury Report. Michael Russell continues to recover from the broken jaw. It's been about a month now. A month and 3 days or so. Comes the 0-1 to McOwen. Fastball away, 1-1. Which means we're starting to get about under 3 weeks to reevaluation period. Comes the 1-1. McOwen, a big swing and a miss. Count is 1-2.
When Michael Russell comes back, I mean, you look at the infield, it's going to be nuts. You have Martinez, Alfonso, Downs, Russell, DiSarcina, Norris. I mean, there is up Cardullo as well. You'd think that might be a situation where he goes back to the outfield just because of how many good guys there are in the infield.
The only problem is McOwen swings, line drive, right field. Will it stay fair? No, it's just foul. That could have been a double down the line. Only problem is the outfield is almost equally as stacked, and all of a sudden, Jamie Keefe is going to be in the tough position of finding playing time for so many talented players.
Yeah, the outfield, as it stands right now, your outfielders on the roster, Randy Norris can play both, so he's listed as an outfielder as well. You have Mitchell, Norris, McOwen, Lattimore, Gonzalez, Field, Cardullo. That is 7 guys for 3 spots, and only 1 guy can DH a night.
1-2. It's a slow curveball. McOwen stumbled just even making contact with it. It's a weak dribbler back to the mound. Caudell throws to first in time. That's out number 1. Hunter Caudell has the assist in 3 of the 4 outs that he has recorded so far tonight. That'll bring up Giovanni Alfonso. Alfonso hitting at 280. 1 home run, 39 batted in. First pitch to Alfonso, a fastball just below the knees, and the count is 1-0. Alfonso pokes it up and out of play down the right field side. And the count 1-1. Stuart Levy waits on deck. Rockers still looking for the first hit of the ball game. Expect to see a new pitcher in the top of the third for High Point. Alfonso swings, fouls this one off at the backstop, and the ball almost goes all the way back to the mound. That's how hard it hit the cushion area. Count 1-2. Caudell caught it on a hop. Looking around the skyline here tonight, I see a grand total of 1 cloud. That's how nice of a night it is here.
It's been 2 incredibly beautiful nights here at High Point. It makes up for the 2 weeks of rain last homestand.
Sure, and tomorrow looks to be more of the same as Alfonso fouls this one off, and the count 1-2 still.
I will say it has cooled down considerably. It was one of the hotter days last couple of weeks today, and it's cooled down starting game time.
Yeah, enjoying the really good couple of days of weather now, and then things will be interesting later on this week with that hurricane coming through. Nobody really knows what path it's going to take once it hits inland. Alfonso fouls this one down the right field side, and the count 1-2. I've seen reports that say we get 20% chance of rain as it goes by. I've seen some that say we got 80% chance of rain as it goes by, so who knows?
Good thing is it's hitting inland in New Orleans, which hopefully everyone there is safe and okay next couple of days, but High Point's a far ways away from New Orleans.
The 1-2, Alfonso swings, weak fly ball, right field, it falls, base hit. Giovanni Alfonso gives the Rockers their first hit of the ball game. And that'll bring up Stuart Levy now. That was one that was a little bit in on the hands for Alfonso, and he was able to just kind of push it out the other way and muscle it over second baseman Lombardozzi.
Stuart Levy.
Brings up Stuart Levy, hitting a .246, 7 home runs, 40 batted in. Alfonso takes his lead off of first base. Here comes the pitch, fastball down low in the count 1-0. A lot of Caudell's misses have been the fastball down. Which if you're going to miss, that's where you want to miss.
That's not a bad place to miss at all. Better to have Sanchez block it up in the dirt than to have fans retrieving the left field.
Well, especially when you consider, as Levy swings through the fastball, misses 1-1. Sanchez is one of, if not the best defensive catchers in the Atlantic League. So as much as the Rockers trust Stuart Levy behind the plate and throwing anything down that he'll smother it, the Ducks feel the same way about Hector Sanchez.
Well, that's why this pitching staff is so good. It starts with good guys behind the plate.
The 1-1 fastball, that's downstairs, the count 2-1. And we'll see a good matchup tomorrow as well. Cooper Casad for the Rockers, Anderson De Leon, who is up in the top of the league in strikeouts. I think he's third coming into tomorrow, behind Henry Owens and Eric Sekula. That pitch downstairs, the count 3-1 to Levy. Our own Craig Stem fourth on that list, just 1 strikeout behind De Leon coming into tomorrow. Timeout called by Calvin Baker as a baseball got loose from the Rockers bullpen, and J.R.D. Sarcina is heading behind the plate to retrieve it. They count 3-1 to Levy with 1 out in the inning. Alfonso stands at first. Caudell comes set. Here's the pitch, fastball down, and that is ball 4. I don't think Levy's realized it's ball 4 yet. Alfonso's headed to second. Levy is still there at the plate.
Unless that was ball 3 and Giovanni Alfonso just stole second walking.
I think No, that was definitely ball 4. So here comes the 4-1. Levy swings, lines it into right field. It's foul. And the count 4-2.
So I guess that's Alfonso's stolen base.
Yeah, I suppose so.
That's his 10th of the year, and he walked.
The umpire is showing 3-2. Jamie Keefe was asking the Long Island bench what they had. I've got 4-2.
We've seen home runs hit on 4-2 count. Jared Mitchell did it about a month ago.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. And down goes Levy. And we've got an explanation. It's not a stolen base. Giovanni Alfonso moved to second on a balk that was called.
Which is why that ball 4 pitch never counted.
Exactly.
Everything went back to normal.
So Levy strikes out. It's the second out of the inning. And that brings up DeSarcina, who's hitting a .267, 5 home runs, 25 batted in. Balk is a lot less cool than a 4-2 count, but you know.
Would have been cool for Giovanni Alfonso to bring up double digits walking to second.
First pitch to DeSarcina, late called strike, going to count 0-1. Sanchez was popping up quickly to throw down to Alfonso, but did not throw. Nobody holding him on as there are 2 outs in the inning. Here comes the pitch. DeSarcina takes another fastball at the knees, also a called strike, and they count 0-2. One of the biggest numbers that stood out to me yesterday. The Rockers were 1 for 7 with runners in scoring position, and that one was Johnny Fields' home run. Caudell steps off as Alfonso had almost gotten halfway down to third base.
He's just toying with him at this point.
That's something that Alfonso does really well, is just being able to dance around and distract the pitcher. He's got the speed to take off if he wanted to, and the pitchers know that. 0-2 is downstairs. The fastball and the count 1-2. Hector Sanchez is walking out. Ball in his glove behind his back to talk to Caudell. Home plate umpire Larry Rosenberg goes out to join him. There's an exchange of baseballs there midway between the plate and the mound, and everybody heads back to their positions now. DeSarcina steps back in, the count 1-2. Caudell looking to get out of this inning without allowing a run. Here comes that 1-2 pitch. Off speed down low, looked like a changeup, in the count 2-2. Lights on here at Truist Point. We're kind of in not quite twilight, but getting into kind of mid-sunset hours. We're starting to see darker sky colors. That pitch just down and away, in the count full. Good at bat for DeSarcina to battle back from 0-2 to now 3-2.
And Caudell, again, just missing low. That's been sort of the place we've seen him miss all night long, and it hasn't been by much.
Caudell gets the sign from Sanchez. And now comes set. A 3-2 payoff pitch to DiSarcina. Fastball swung on. It hits off of Caudell, and it makes Lombardozzi have to redirect. Lombardozzi will not make the throw. Here comes Alfonso, though. The play at the plate. Alfonso gets around the tag, and he is tagged out as he tried to maneuver his way around Hector Sanchez. He leaped past him the first time, but trying to get back to the plate, Sanchez tag beat the left hand of Alfonso for the final out of the inning. Well, it was exciting, but the Rockers do not score in the second. And we go to the top of the third. Ducks lead 4-0 on the Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto.
Welcome home, High Point University students, faculty, and staff. Once again, fans, today's post-game meal is provided by Giano's. Be sure to visit them at 1124 East Chester Drive in High Point. All right, Rockers fans, it's time to get up out of that seat and dance for WKZL 107.5 Dance Cam. Show us your skills.
Top of the third inning, Ducks lead the Rockers by a score of 4-0. High Point tried to get their first run across last half inning, but Giovanni Alfonso was tagged out at the plate. Nilu Scali is done after 2 innings of work, gave up 5 hits, 4 runs, all earned, 2 walks, no strikeouts to raise his season ERA to 4.15, and they'll turn it over now to right-hander Jonathan Crawford.
Crawford comes out of the bullpen in a little bit of an earlier situation than he's used to. We've never seen him in the third inning before, on the year making his 6th appearance, 6th ERA in 6 innings, 3 walks, 4 strikeouts, opponents hitting 174 against the former Reds prospect.
Well, this is interesting too. We talked about whether or not Caudell would go very long. There's a right-hander starting to stretch in the bullpen for the Ducks as well, and they had a catcher who was already gone down into position. So looks like Hunter Caudell probably going to max out at 3 or 4 innings himself tonight.
That also ends the night for Jared Mitchell without him getting up to the plate.
Yeah, Mitchell was due to lead off the third inning. Rockers will have to go to the bench, and there's definitely options there. Randy Norris, Steven Cardulo has the day off today, so he's available.
Or you just take Crawford.
That's true.
And in a night where you need length, that might be the A1 option.
Brings up Chris Shaw to lead things off here at the top of the third. Shaw, Sanchez, and Flores. First pitch, slider, called strike, and they count 0-1. Yeah, you know, especially there's not a guy that's on the bench right now that I would say specializes in quote-unquote getting on base. A guy that's your typical leadoff kind of guy. As that fastball misses upstairs 1-1. So you're absolutely right. Save the guys you have on the bench for later and go ahead and just have Crawford hit. A ball and a strike to Chris Shaw. Hitting at .242 since joining the Ducks. A guy that spent some time in the major leagues, as has a lot of this team. Off speed, popped up out of play, and they count 1-2. Lou Ford, Chris Shaw, Hector Sanchez, Ramon Flores, Ty Kelly have all reached the major leagues. Part of that, and when you have them and you also have the other guys that didn't make the major leagues, all of them made AAA. That kind of talent is why this has been one of the best teams in the Atlantic League year in and year out. That pitch misses down, and they count 2-2.
Out of their position players, 4 of them have not reached AAA.
Crawford holds the set. Now the 2-2. Swung on, line into right field. McOwen is there, puts it away. And that's the first out of the inning. Brings up Hector Sanchez, singled and scored last inning.
Time for a check of the Atlantic League scoreboard, brought to you by Ginny Morrow Cruise Planners. Top of the 5th inning, Lancaster 7, West Virginia 2. End of the 5th. The Globo Gym Purple Cobras leave Average Joe's 5-0. Purple Cobras are the Blue Crabs. The Average Joe's is the Ravs. It's dodgeball night in Pennsylvania, and Gastonia leads Lexington 7-2. Top of the 4th inning.
First pitch fastball. Just missing. Stuart Levy surprised he didn't get the call. Count 1-0. So here comes the big question. Whether we see more runs scored in any of these Atlantic League games or high point totals in the opening week of the NCAA. Of course, they kicked off earlier today. That pitch, a called strike, and the count 1-1. 2 of the 3 FBS 1A teams crossed the 40-point mark today. Fresno State shut out UConn 45-0, and UCLA beat Neil Uscali's Hawaii by a score of 44-10. That pitch down low in the count 2-1. We have had quite a few games, maybe not necessarily Rockers games, but Atlantic League games that have felt like football scores by the time they're all said and done. Here comes the 2-1 to Sanchez. Crawford's fastball upstairs, and the count 3-1. Waiting on deck is the first baseman, Ramon Flores. Nobody out. Sorry, 1 out here in the top of the 3rd. Rockers down by 4. And here's the pitch from Crawford, the 3-1. Hit on the ground towards first. Jerry Downs picks it up. Waves off Crawford, says, "I've got it," and he does. That's out number 2. That brings up Ramon Flores, who tripled and drove in a run in his last at-bat.
This is the inning the Rockers needed right here. Crawford comes in, gets 2 quick outs, and kind of gives everyone a deep breath after a crazy second inning for the Ducks offensively.
It kind of plugs the hole a little bit and stops the floodgates. With that right-hander in the bullpen throwing more and more for the Ducks, you almost think that Hunter Caudell may not be coming out for the 3rd inning. That pitch inside, and the count 1-0.
It's a short day to be a DH, that's for sure.
Only difference is Lou Ford went to the plate twice today. That's what happens when you send 8 men to the plate in the 2nd inning and you put your DH up near the top. The 1-0, swing and a miss. Flores late on it, and the count 1-1. One thing I'm interested to ask James McOwen about tomorrow is he spent so much time in left field, and so many guys have talked about the difference that the skyline makes and the ball going over the lights. I want to ask McOwen whether there's a big difference from left field to right field here in terms of visibility. Is that pitch inside and the count 2-1? And there may not be. I'm just curious to know whether or not, as a player who has now played in both corner outfield positions, whether he thinks there is. Crawford comes set. Here's the 2-1 to Flores. Swung on, and that's a little blooper. Martinez leaps, can't make the play. Alfonso bare hands, throws to first, not in time. That would have been the play of the year. Giovanni Alfonso picked up the weak pop-up on a hop that had just gone over Michael Martinez's head and rifled it to first base, but about a step too slow. That'll bring up Ty Kelly now, who walked in his first at-bat.
That may be as much of a bloop single in the infield as you'll ever see. We've seen a couple of high hops get guys over the last couple of days, and that's what happened with Martinez there.
Crawford comes set. First pitch coming to Kelly. Pitch a fastball just below the zone, and the count 1-0. 4 runs on 6 hits for the Ducks. Rockers no runs on 2 hits so far. Crawford comes set. And here comes the 1-0. Fastball, top of the zone, catches it, and the count 1-1. Tomorrow is the final time the Rockers and Ducks will play in 2021, at least in the regular season. Coming into today, each team had won 5 against each other. Swing and a miss from Ty Kelly, and the count 1-2. For the most part, the Rockers have played well against every team not named Lexington. Here's the 1-2. Check swing. They go down to first base, or to Calvin Baker, rather, at second, who says he did not go. And the count is 2 balls, 2 strikes. Crawford comes set. Here comes the 2-2. Curveball down low. Kelly does not bite, and the count is full. Crawford comes set. And here comes the pitch. Fastball down low. Gets away from Levy. It's ball 4. And taking a wide turn at second base is Flores, but he will not go any further. So it's a walk to Kelly. Runners on first and second now for Johnny Turbo.
Center fielder, number 14,
Johnny Turbo popped out to first his first at-bat today, hitting at .285, 3 home runs, 15 batted in. Rockers finding themselves a little bit of a tough spot here in this inning after allowing 4 in the last. That pitch fouled up overhead, count 0-1.
This is a situation where you really want to get out of the inning with no runs. You put yourself in a situation where you're already down 4-0 in the 3rd inning, and any more runs kind of makes Long Island run away with this thing.
And it was such a quick start to the inning as well. The first 2 hitters were retired, and then all of a sudden, back-to-back reach base, one on a single and one on a walk. Crawford comes set. Here comes the 0-1. Fastball tipped into the glove of Levy, and the count 0-2. Especially when Crawford was in a position where he could have gotten out of the inning at 15 pitches, and now his next pitch will be his 23rd. Levy setting up outside. Here comes the pitch. Fastball popped up once again over our heads, and the count stays 0-2. Again, for reference, we are almost right down the 3rd baseline in fair territory. We draw a line from the end of the 3rd baseline past the plate into the stands that about comes into the booth. 2-2, popped up, right field side, out of play yet again. Johnny Turbo is really battling here with Crawford. The Ducks only needed 2 innings to match their match the Rockers' run total for last night. The Ducks exceeded theirs already tonight. Another 0-2. Fastball hit on the ground, back to the mound. Crawford, nice snag. Tosses it underhand to first base, and that is the final out of the inning. So Jonathan Crawford does leave the 2 runners stranded. We go to the bottom of the 3rd now, with the Rockers down 4-0 on the Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto.
Here in High Point, we all know there's a bigger horse race than the Kentucky Derby. That's right, fans, it's time for the mascot race presented by Colt. Let's throw it down to Shaylin to get this race started.
Okay, Rob.
manufacturer of upholstery and mattress fabric. Their newest innovation, Live Smart Evolve Upholstery Fabric.
Bottom of the third inning, and the Ducks go to the bullpen. Hunter Caudell's night is already over after 2 innings of work, and they're going to hand it over to Tanner Wilt. The final line for Caudell: 2 innings, 2 hits, a walk, and 2 strikeouts. It gives way to Tanner Wilt, who's making what I believe is his second appearance in the Atlantic League.
It's his second appearance through 1 scoreless inning, 1 hit, 1 strikeout, no walks.
Wilt will be facing 9-1-2. And just as you suspected, it is Jonathan Crawford who will lead off the inning. It'll be Crawford and then back to the top with Field and Martinez. Crawford came in relief of Neil Uscali, did not allow a run in the top of the third.
Working hard to keep you connected and safe. Get your Cricket service today.
Jonathan Crawford, this will be his first official plate appearance. However, it appears that while he was in Florida in 2012, he did score a run. My guess is a pinch runner for the Florida Gators. But this is his first pro or collegiate plate appearance. He steps to the right-handed box. What do you tell a guy who's never had a professional plate appearance before if you're Jamie Keefe and your pitcher? Just, hey, don't get hurt?
Pretty much.
Have fun up there. Don't get hurt.
Don't get hurt, have fun up there. Pretty much how it is.
So Crawford steps in. We'll see what kind of swings he puts here on Tanner Wilt, or will he swing at all? First pitch, taking. That's a fastball strike.
That's one where you're just gauging the speed, sort of seeing how things are.
Wilt gets the sign, comes set. Here comes the 0-1 to Crawford. Swings. Oh, Crawford smashes one into center field. Base hit. Jonathan Crawford, that one was a line drive off of his bat. What a hit. Rockers have the leadoff man aboard. Now, somebody give that man the baseball. And they do. They're going to throw it out of play, and Crawford will have a souvenir.
There we go. So far, pitchers the last couple weeks between Ryan Chafee and Jonathan Crawford, we have seen good swing after good swing.
That was electric. And you know, Bryce Hensley is extremely jealous that all of a sudden these guys are having success with the bat, and he has not been able to get in on the fun. I'll bring up Johnny Field, who struck out his first at-bat. Fastball, takes it, called strike, and the count 0-1. Well, you kind of get the feeling this is an inning where the Rockers really need to capitalize. Again, you don't have to score all the runs back here to tie this one up, but 1 run, maybe 2, would be huge for High Point, especially as we go into the middle stage of this ball game. Here comes the 0-1 curveball. That one a called strike on the inside part of the zone, and the count 0-2. The fans are displeased with the strike call, but again, it's not Larry Rosenberg's call to make. Of course, the use of the automated ball strike system in the Atlantic League.
It's been used at this point for almost a year and a half.
Yeah. Here comes the 0-2. Fastball swung on. That's a line drive deep into left field. Going back, looking up, is Mazzilli and Rockabye Baseball for the second day in a row. Johnny Field, although this isn't one to walk it off, it cuts the Ducks lead in half. It's 4-2. So we were just saying the Rockers didn't need to go all the way back here in the third inning, but they needed to get something, and that's exactly what happens there. Johnny Field's 9th home run of the year. RBIs number 36 and 37.
That brings up the third baseman.
That brings up Michael Martinez, who grounded out to second his first at-bat.
That was just a good piece of hitting. Not the same as yesterday where he kind of caught it off the top part of the bat. It was a fastball, one went inside and just went with it.
Fastball to Martinez, this outside, and the count 1-0. Johnny Field is really feeling it up at the plate right now. Here comes the 1-0 to Martinez. Wilt delivers inside. Nope, it'll catch the inside part of the zone, and the count 1-1. Rockers come into today 2 games clear of Gastonia, 2 games clear of West Virginia. As the race for the South Division heats up. Curveball, Martinez hits it right back to the mound. Wilt will underhand it to first in time. And that's out number 1. Brings up Quincy Lattimore, walked his first at-bat. Lattimore steps in. Hitting 1 for 2. That came yesterday in his return to High Point. First pitch curveball from Tanner Wilt stays down and away, and the count 1-0. Well, the Rockers are on the board now. They've cut the deficit in half. And even against a good Long Island pitching team, you got to think 2-run deficit feels a lot more manageable than a 4-run deficit. The 1-0 curveball again. This one stays in, and the count 2-0. Especially when you consider the Ducks now are kind of in the same boat as you are. They're basically working a bullpen game as well. So as a hitter, you know that you're not facing the same pitcher the second time through. Pitch fouled off, and the count 2-1. And how about a Rockers win tonight if they're able to come back? Is that pitch a called strike, and the count 2-2? Would put their overall record at 10 games over 500, 46 and 36.
Well, they're at a point where every win puts them a little bit higher up above that 500 mark and sets a new season high.
Also inch closer to a milestone for Jamie Keefe. Victory number 54 for the Rockers this year will be the 900th in Jamie Keefe's managerial career. Here comes the pitch, curveball. Lattimore stays alive by nicking the baseball, which in turn nicks Hector Sanchez rather. Two balls, 2 strikes. Just 1 out in the inning. Rockers already have 2 in. Lattimore rests the bat on the back shoulder. Here's the pitch, fastball, and it stays away, and the count full. Once again, Lattimore working a very good at-bat here, making the pitcher work. That's one of the big things that he's always prided himself on, is having good knowledge of the strike zone. Here comes the 3-2. Another fastball and another foul ball. Count holds. Well, I asked Quincy in the pregame interview whether or not he felt like it was an adjustment with the pitcher in terms of the mound moving back and him having to face it for the first time. The big thing, he said, hey, the fastball's the same either way. So he said, I don't treat that any differently. There's a fastball, hits it off the end of the bat. Over to short. Frias comes in. The throw is not in time. Quincy Lattimore beats it out for an infield single. For a moment, it looked like we were going to have another 1-3 ground out, but it just gets over the pitcher's mound and Tanner Wilt and Frias, who came in charging at the throw on the run, but not in time to beat the speedy Lattimore. So Quincy now 2 for 3 since his return to High Point. Brings up Jerry Downs, who grounded to the pitcher in his first at-bat.
This is just such a dangerous part of the order, especially with McGowan right behind Downs today. You got to pitch to all three of them because there's no weak spot.
Even though that hit by Lattimore may not have been the loudest of hits, it still counts nonetheless.
It works.
It looks like a line drive in the newspaper tomorrow. Big swing and a foul ball off the bat of Downs, and they count 0-1. One out still in the third. Jerry Downs, who leads the team with 15 home runs, tied for the team lead, 54 batted in. Wilt steps off the rubber and now will make contact with it again. And between Martinez, Downs, and McGowan here, 3 of the 4 hitters in this part of the lineup hitting from the left-hand side. Curveball, that one will catch the zone, and they count 0-2 to Jerry Downs. Jerry was asking home plate umpire Larry Rosenberg where that got the plate. The big left-handed hitting first baseman stepping back into the box. Taking his lead off of first is Quincy Lattimore. No wind to speak of here right now. All the flags hanging practically and completely limp. Another curveball to Downs. This one must have just stayed low in the count 1-2. There must have been some sort of momentary jet stream or something off of in the 9th inning yesterday when Johnny Field hit his home run, because at first that just looked about as routine a fly out to left field as you could have. And the ball just kept going. Comes the 1-2, fastball up and away to Downs, 2-2. The home team in all 3 series so far between the Rockers and the Ducks have won 2 out of 3 in each series. The Ducks won 2 out of 3 in both series at Fairfield Properties Ballpark. The Rockers took 2 out of 3 the first time the Ducks came here to Truist Point. 2-2, Downs swings and a high towering pop to shallow center. Turbo racing in, Lombardozzi going out. It's Turbo putting it away, and that's out number 2. Brings up James McGowan, who also grounded out to the pitcher in his last at-bat. Say that about a lot of guys in this lineup so far today.
James McGowan.
Infield playing McGowan to pull a little bit. Vladimir Frias has moved about 5 feet or so to the left field side of second base. Steve Lombardozzi has gone around towards the right field line. Third baseman Ty Kelly has moved over as well. McGowan swings, high fly ball, center field. Turbo going back, puts it away at the front of the warning track. And that is the final out of the inning. James McGowan gave it a ride but fell short, while Johnny Field gave his a ride and cleared the fence for a 2-run home run. Rockers trailed the Ducks by a score of 4-2. Jamie Blake has your play-by-play in the middle innings when we come back on the Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto.
Head back to Point and watch your favorite Rockers players go up against the Long Island Ducks once again tomorrow, Sunday, August the 29th. Children 13 and under can run the bases after the game. Come back and join us August 31st through September the 2nd. And watch your Rockers go up against the Gastonia Honey Hunters. And don't miss our Agriculture Night, September the 1st, presented by Gilbert County Farm Bureau and the Young Farmers and Ranchers. Learn the history and importance of agriculture in North Carolina. We look forward to seeing you there. All right, fans, put your fins up and get ready to dance to Jimmy Buffett's song, Fins. The Fin Cam is brought to you by B&H Pool and Patio Shop. Celebrating over 50 years of providing high-quality service.
Top of the fourth inning in High Point. Welcome back. Javen Blake alongside Kendrick Fruits. The Rockers find themselves down by 2 to the Long Island Ducks. 4-2 the score. Jonathan Crawford back on the mound for his second inning of work. And he faces the top of the order. Vladimir Frias, Steve Lombardozzi, and the pitcher spot. It's turned into a bullpen game for both teams. Starter for the Rockers, Nilu Scully, went just 2 innings and 50 pitches. On the other side of things, Hunter Caudell went 2 innings and threw just 41 pitches. So it's been a bullpen day for both teams. Crawford throws his final warm-up pitch. Vladimir Frias, switch hitter, comes up from the left side to face the righty to start things off. Ducks got all 4 of their runs in the second inning. RBI triple from Ramon Flores, 2 RBI single from Vladimir Frias, and an RBI ground out from the DH Lou Ford. Rockers got both their runs back last inning on a massive home run from Johnny Field, his second in as many days. Frias comes up from the left side. Crawford fires and off we go. Fastball misses away. 1 ball and no strikes. Frias singled last time he was up. He's 1 for 2 on the day. 2 runs batted in. Now has 33 on the year from the leadoff spot. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and smacked out towards left field. Lattimore going back, makes the catch. Couple of feet in front of the wall. There's out number 1. Brings up Steve Lombardozzi. Comes up from the left side, another switch hitter. This is a lineup that is filled with them. They have 4 switch hitters: Frias, Lombardozzi, Sanchez, and Kelly. All of them come up from the left side against the righties and then flip around the other way against the lefty. First pitch, swing and fouled straight back. Count goes to 0-1. Rockers have a bit of a shift on. Alfonso a couple steps towards the middle. DiSarcina maybe 3 or 4 steps towards the first base line at second. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a ground ball right side of the infield. DiSarcina picks it up on the run, throws to first in time. And that's 2 quick outs to start the inning from Jonathan Crawford. Brings up the pitcher's spot. And we will have a pitcher hit for the second time in this ballgame. Tanner Wiltu comes up from the left side. 2 outs, nobody on. Rockers down 4-2. Crawford fires. Swing, and he fouls it straight back. A good swing. Last played for the River City Rascals in 2018 in the final season of the Rascals in the Frontier League. Has never had an at-bat in college or professional baseball, and it's been a wild and weird career. The 0-1 pitch. Curveball misses away. 1 ball and 1 strike. He started out his career with Pittsburgh in 2012 and 2013. That's back when they were a Big East school, a conference that doesn't even include Pitt anymore. Pitt now member of the ACC. The 1-1 pitch. Wilt swings and tips it into the glove of Levy. Count goes to 1-2. He then didn't play baseball again until 2018 with the River City Rascals. Took 3 years off and is back in 2021 with the Long Island Ducks. Western Pennsylvania guy. Went to North Allegheny High School, just outside of Pittsburgh. The 1-2 pitch. Fastball misses away. Count evens up 2-2. He's faced some heat here this inning. Crawford, someone who pumps the fastball at around 94 miles an hour, about 4 or 5 ticks above league average. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and a fly ball, first base side out of play. Count stays 2 balls and 2 strikes. LJ Mazzilli on deck. Chris Shaw behind him. Wilt, no batting gloves from the right side against the righty Crawford. The pitch. Swing and another foul ball, this time behind home plate out of play. Count stays at 2-2. Not a bad way for your first professional at bat. Next pitch is the 8th against Crawford. We've seen one first pro hit today. That was by Crawford himself on the mound. He delivers the 2-2 pitch. Swing and smacked on the right side, but bounces into the glove of DiSarcina. Picks it up, throws to first, and that ends the inning. Rockers set the Ducks down 1-2-3 in the 4th inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base. We're through 3.5 at Truist Point. Ducks up 4-2. We're back after this. The Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van Yorgato.
Today's postgame meal is provided by Giano's. Be sure to visit them at 1124 East Chester Drive in High Point. Fans, tonight's T-shirt toss is brought to you by Carolina Kia. If you need service done in your car, look no further than Carolina Kia of High Point. Rockers fans, are you looking for a T-shirt? You know what time it is, Rockers Nation. It's T-shirt time.
Tanner will back out on the mound after his first professional at-bat. Ended up as a ground out. He's back on the mound to face Giovanni Alfonso, Stuart Levy, and J.R. DiSarcina. Bottom of the 4th inning. Rockers down 4-2. Javic Blake alongside Kendrick Fertz. Thanks so much for spending your Saturday night with us. It's Margaritaville night at the ballpark. Fans and players decked out. The best way to describe it would be vacation at the beach. The Rockers jerseys tonight full of tiki bars and Winnebagos, flowers and palm trees as well. Fans rocking some lays. They're trying to find some runs right now. Rockers down 4-2. They got both of their runs back last inning. It's a 2-run home run for Johnny Field, his 9th of the year. And 2nd in as many days. Walked it off last night in what was a wild 4-3 win for the Rockers. A comeback win. We're down 3-0. And then scratched and crawled all the way back. They were shut out for 5 1/3 innings by starter Darren Downs before coming all the way back for the win. Alfonso steps up, first up in the inning. Comes in from the right side to face the righty Wilt. First pitch, curveball, misses high, 1-0. Talked a little bit about it during Wilt's at-bat. He's a pit panther, though not a Panther when they played in the ACC, was a part of the Big East. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and smacked into right field. Base hit. Bounces towards the corner. Alfonso rounds first. Shaw goes to retrieve it. Alfonso pulls into second. It's a leadoff stand-up double, and the tying run comes to the plate and Stuart Levy. Alfonso now 2 for 2 on the day. Singled his first time up, doubles this time up, and brings up the righty Stuart Levy. Just a great piece of hitting. Took a fastball on the outside corner and just a nice little inside out swing. Levy steps in from the right side. He's 0 for 1 with the strikeout. It's been a tough couple of weeks for Levy. He's found ways to get on base, but the hits just haven't been dropping. Bolt steps off. Now Levy steps back in. Bolt steps on. We're ready to go. And now Wilt steps off again. Hector Sanchez comes out to the mound. Rockers down 4-2, bottom of the 4th inning. Alfonso just led this inning off with a double. That was the second straight inning the Rockers have led off with a hit. It's a single from Crawford. Check that. Nope, it was a single from Crawford to start off the 3rd inning. And then one batter later, Field launched one over the left field wall. But Levy's been struggling at the plate. Coming in today was 2 for his last 23. The strikeout in the second is now 2 for his last 24 with 7 strikeouts.
At the very least, you hope he can put something on the ground the right side that would at least allow Alfonso to move up to 3rd base.
Well, it comes home. Curveball. Called a strike on the inside corner, and after a lengthy delay, the first pitch is called strike 1, and Hector Sanchez back out to the mound again. This is the second time in as many pitches Sanchez has gone out to the mound to talk with Wilt. Wilt, not a rookie, but he's played just a grand total of 31 games since graduating from Pitt 2013. 30 with the River City Rascals in their final year of existence in the Frontier League in 2018. Outside of today, has appeared in 1 game with the Long Island Ducks in 2021. Levy back in. Will, we hope, is everything squared away with Sanchez behind the plate. Alfonso off a second. Rockers down 4-2. And now he steps off again.
There's clearly some sort of disconnect with he and Sanchez about how to go about the signs with a runner on second.
You think after 2 meetings they figure it out, but Wilt's still confused about it. And again, Sanchez goes out. My goodness. They are nowhere close to being on the same page. They might not even be in the same book series. One's reading Percy Jackson, the other one's reading Harry Potter, and they're trying to figure out what spells to use. One's speaking Greek, the other one's speaking Latin. Sanchez goes back to the plate. We'll see if Wilt has it figured out now. Levy's got to be like, oh my goodness, this is taking forever. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a line drive into left center field. Mazzilli comes over, bounces in front of him, and now gets by him to the wall. Alfonso comes home. Levy chugs into second. He's heading, no, not to third. He stops and goes back to second. It was almost an attempt at a triple from the catcher. He'll settle for an RBI double. The Rockers score 1. It's now a 4-3 ball game. That was, without a doubt, the longest 2-pitch at-bat in baseball history, where the Rockers played a run as Stuart Levy notches his 41st run batted into the year.
And it goes to show it doesn't matter what the issue was between Wilt and Sanchez, because Levy was ready for whatever it was they ended up throwing, and that's a huge opportunity for the Rockers that they were able to take advantage of and to cut the deficit down to just 1.
When he waited all that time for Hector Sanchez to put down a fastball side. JRD Sarcina up the pitch. Fastball misses low and away. 1-0. For Levy, that double is his 18th on the season. He now has hits in back-to-back games. Has sort of figured out how to break out of that slump. Singled in his final at-bat last night. Now is 1 for 2 today. DeSarcina's 1 for 1. He's been hot as all get out this week. The pitch home. Swing and lifted into center field. Turbo goes back, now comes in, makes the catch. Levy fakes the tag and wanders a couple steps off the bag and goes back. That's out number 1.
Looks like Clint Freeman is up in the bullpen for the Ducks.
Clint Freeman is a true two-way player, a lot like Joe Johnson. He'll play the infield, come into pitch. Now Jay Gonzalez comes up. That spells the end of the night for Jonathan Crawford. Crawford, his night ends after throwing 2 innings and notching his first career hit. Jay Gonzalez comes up from the left side. It's going to be a night where the benches get empty.
In a good way.
In a very good way. First pitch. Gonzalez swings and taps it foul. Count goes to 0-1. Gonzalez this year batting .255 and 55 at-bats. OBP .391. Comes in from the left side. Rockers, they wanted to get 5 to 6 innings out of Uscali and Crawford. They will fall a little bit short of that mark. The pitch home. Gonzalez takes, called the strike. Count goes to 0-2.
I stood up a little late to see who it was that was throwing. As soon as I stood up, they walked off the mound. I think it was Chase Ingram, but I cannot tell for sure.
Well, we'll find out at the top of the 5th inning, that's for sure. 0-2 the count, 1 out. Levy off a second. Now the pitch. Curveball bites in the dirt. Sanchez blocks it up. Count at 1-2.
Well, this already has the feeling of a different ball game. The Ducks jump out 4-0, and you go, oh boy, this could be trouble because of how good their pitching staff is. But they've been able to get to Tanner Wilt, and all of a sudden it feels just like last night where it's going to be a dogfight to the end.
Well, the bullpen is just broken down for the Ducks during their 5-game losing streak. 8th and 9th inning every night they're allowing runs. The 1-2 pitch. Gonzalez lays off a high fastball, 2-2.
If you look ahead, it even just tells you how important it is for tomorrow's starters to go deep into the ball game, considering it looks like both sides are going to use quite a few arms tonight.
Wilt back on the mound. 2-2 the count, 1 out. Levy off a second. He's the tying run in the ball game. 4-3 the score, bottom of the 4th inning. The pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Gonzalez down on strikes. There's out number 2. Turns things around to the top of the order in Johnny Field, who seems to have a lot of magic in ball games that have 4-3 scores. Homered last time he was up. 1 for 2 on the day. Field has homered in 2 of his last 3 at-bats. Homered 10 last night's ball game and homered in the 3rd inning for his 9th of the year. Not bad for a leadoff guy.
No, absolutely not.
He's got a ton of pop. Very sneaky pop from the right side. The first pitch. Swing and right down the line. Foul wide of 3rd. Count goes to 0-1.
He just missed adding a double to that total. That was a ball that was about, by the time it crossed 3rd base, probably about 4 or 5 inches foul.
He just tried to hook it around the bag. Ty Kelly, the 3rd baseman, is playing probably 10 or 15 feet towards second. He's very off the line. You can hook it down the line. For Field, that's 2. You could do it to right. That's without a doubt 3. Either way, it'd get Levy home to tie this thing up. Wilt sets at the belt. Checks second. Now comes home. Curveball. Dunks in, called the strike. Count quickly to 0-2. Wilt needs 1 more pitch to get out of this, which strained the tying runner on second. It's been a game that's been filled with deep at-bats and base runners. Already 7 runs, 13 combined hits between the 2 teams. Rolling the 4th inning. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and nubbed over to first. Flores under it, makes the catch. That ends the inning. Rockers get one back, back-to-back doubles to start off the inning. Play to run. They get 1 run on 2 hits, no errors, 1 runner left on base. They've left 4 on and find themselves down by 1 on the scoreboard. 4-3, the Ducks lead. We head to the 5th, and a new pitcher on the mound when we come back on the Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto.
Providing quality car care in High Point since 1985. Be sure to visit them at 800 West Lexington Avenue in High Point, North Carolina. Direct your attention to the Jumbotron. Be sure to shout out your answer.
Jonathan Crawford's day is over. The new man on the hill is the righty Joey Hennessy. He faces LJ Mazzilli, Chris Shaw, and Hector Sanchez. Rockers down 4-3. It's been a game with a lot of traffic on the bases. Already a combined 13 hits and 7 runs through 4 innings. Crawford goes 2 innings, 1 hit, no runs, 1 walk, no strikeouts, throws 36 pitches. And the rookie from Palm Beach Atlantic University comes onto the mound in Joey Hennessy.
Hennessy's been impressive this year. 1-2 the record, the ERA 4.60, 19 walks, 21 strikeouts in 15 2/3 innings. Opponents hitting 164 off of him. But here's the thing. In his last appearance, which came just a couple of days ago at Gastonia, gave up 4 runs, only recording 1 out. That inflated his earned run average. It was 2.23 before his last appearance. So for the most part this year, if you take out his last appearance, he's been nothing short of spectacular.
And that was in the 8th inning against Gastonia, where the Rockers just couldn't seem to get it out. Gastonia scored 4 en route to a 10-6 victory in the opener of that series that I guess was trying to tell us that the rest of that series would be insane. LJ Mazzilli first up from the right side. Hennessy fires his first pitch. It's fouled off. Third base side out of play. Count goes to 0-1.
This is the first time the young reliever has really been rocked in a professional appearance, and so it'll be huge to see how he bounces back from that, from his last outing to this one.
Mazzilli 1 for 2 on the day. Singled back in the first. Went to center last time he was up in the second. The 0-1 pitch. Fastball misses away. 1 ball, 1 strike. Hennessy also continues the trend we talked about in the first inning of guys that don't go from the windup. Another one of those guys that goes from the stretch.
Well, usually you won't see relievers go from the windup at all, just because most of the time they come in with runners on base already. So it's more common among relievers, but it is something we've seen overall more and more.
I feel like it's a general trend we've seen. The pitch home. Fastball misses away. 2-1.
I mean, even Bryce Hensley at least used to have a small step backwards. His last start, he didn't even do that.
I think it's becoming more and more of a mindset with pitchers that they don't need to go from the windup all that much. My favorite example of the year is Mike Galino, the backup catcher for the Rockers when he came in to pitch. Pitch home, swing, and a fly ball. Short left field, Lattimore coming in. Alfonso going out. Lattimore calls off Alfonso and holds it in for out number 1. But back when Galino made his pitching appearance, his first professional pitching appearance. That was the beginning of the second half. Think about when that was. Everything was falling apart for the Rockers. They had losing 15-7. He was throwing in the bullpen, was throwing from the windup, could not throw a strike to save his life. Jamie Keefe looks at him and goes, "You're throwing from the stretch." Went out, threw exclusively from the stretch, didn't throw a ball. Chris Shaw first up from the left side with 1 out in the inning. The pitch. Fastball misses inside, 1-0. And of course, since that game, the Rockers have reeled off 12 wins in their last 14. They have the best record in the Atlantic League, the best record in the second half, and are sitting pretty comfortably in first place by 2 games. The righty fires. Swing and a miss, elevated fastball, 1-1. The Rockers, if they were able to come back and win tonight, Gastonia is up big. But if West Virginia loses, that would put themselves 3 games up on West Virginia, would keep the deficit at 2 above Gastonia, and Lexington would be 6.5 back. The 1-1 pitch. Fastball misses low, 2-1.
You're not kidding. Gastonia up on Lexington 10-4 in the 5th inning.
To be fair, unless it's a 20-run game in the 8th, I feel like games in Gastonia are never quite done.
Oh, we just missed a Saleh home run. It's 13-4 now.
Oh, okay, that's a little more out of reach. The 2-1 pitch to Shaw. Fastball misses high, 3-1 to the lefty.
Saleh's 27th home run, 74 RBIs now. Get this, they are out hitting Lexington 15-3.
Oh my. 3-1 the count to the lefty Shaw. He's 0 for 2 today. The righty kicks and fires. Fastball away, ball 4, and Shaw reaches base. First time tonight that makes it 10 consecutive games that the lefties reach base. He's played in 10 games this year for the Ducks, so he's reached base 100% of the time in the games he's played. Brings up the switch-hitting catcher, Hector Sanchez, who comes up from the left side to face the righty Hennessy. These guys will be batting from the right side pretty much all night unless they come up against Brian Clark, who's the only lefty in the Rockers' pen. First pitch. Fastball misses inside. Sanchez bends out of the way, 1-0.
And this is the one thing that Hennessy struggles with, is allowing the walks. That was his 20th walk allowed. He's pitched 16 innings exactly right now.
I would say, not personality-wise, but pitching-wise, he's very much like Ryan Chafee this year. The 1-0 pitch. Fastball misses low, blocked up by Levy. Shaw stays put. Count goes to 2-0.
Almost seems more comfortable with guys on base.
He does. Sanchez singled back in the second, grounded out to first in the third. Hennessy, just like J.R.D. Sarcina, rookie in every sense of the word. Played at Division II Palm Beach Atlantic. The 2-0 pitch. Swing and a ground ball to first, picked out of the dirt by Downs to second for 1. Alfonso's off the bag, steps on second. The throw back is not in time. Downs cut it off, but a wild play retires an out. The lead runner is off the base paths and brings up Ramon Flores.
What a play from Giovanni Alfonso to even get the 1 out. The throw was destined for left field, and Alfonso was able to corral it and get back to the bag before Chris Shaw was able to get there as a runner.
And then the throw back was just about as wild. Downs cut it off. Hennessy was over to cover first base, but at the end of the day, Downs was the one making the catch. Ramon Flores up from the left side. He's had himself a day. 2 for 2, single, a triple, and a run batted in. 2 outs, 1 on. The pitch. Swing and a miss and a fastball inside corner. Count goes to 0-1.
Had a little bit of sinking action on it too, and that was a pitch that Flores was really trying to uppercut, but he didn't make contact.
Well, that was one of those swings where as soon as he realized there was no chance he was going to hit the ball, he really slowed the swing down. Rockers up. Check that. Rockers down 4-3, top of the 5th. The pitch. Fastball misses inside. 1-1.
Everything for Joey Hennessy plays off of that fastball. It's a very lively pitch, but when he controls it, that's when he's able to use his off-speed pitch and his movement pitches off of that fastball.
His big off-speed pitch today has been the slider. It's the only one he's thrown. The pitch. Fastball misses low, squeaks by Levy, and on to second goes Hector Sanchez. It was a ball that just sort of squeaked through the legs of Stuart Levy. We'll see if that's a wild pitch or a pass ball. Counts at 2-1. It was a weird play for Levy, sort of an uncharacteristic fumble with the glove. It's also got to be a tough night, though, when you're catching basically a new pitcher every inning. The 2-1 pitch. Fastball just misses on the inside corner. Levy thought it was a strike, pointing out to Hennessy, like, good job, way to hit the spot.
That previous one has been scored a pass ball.
That's only the third of the year for Stuart Levy and just the 7th of the year for the Rockers. They have one of the best catching corps in the entire league. The 3-1 pitch. Fastball misses high, ball 4, and there's the 21st walk of the year for Joey Hennessy. Puts 2 on with 2 outs for Ty Kelly, who, guess what, has walked twice today.
The good thing for the Rockers here and Joey Hennessy, as long as things don't get out of hand here, he's a guy who can also give you multiple innings, which may be the reason he was third out of the bullpen.
Kelly up from the left side against the righty Hennessy. The pitch. Fastball stays up 1-0. Quinn Freeman continues to warm in the Ducks bullpen. For Hennessy, that was his 18th pitch of the inning. He's thrown just 5 strikes. And 2 of the 5 have been hit into play. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and fouled straight back to the screen. Count evens up 1-1.
But the good thing is Hennessy has been the opener for a couple of bullpen days so far and has been able to go 2 and 3 innings. So it's a guy that you can give the ball to, and as long as he's not getting hit and not overly wild, he can give you into the 5th inning, into the 6th inning, and maybe the 7th, depending on how things go.
You also have to remember, Hennessy's been playing baseball competitively this year since February. The 1-1 pitch. Curveball. Called a strike, 1-2. Plays in the same conference as schools like Nova Southeastern, which is considered one of the best Division II baseball programs in the country. And they start earlier than Division I. Division I usually starts the 2nd or 3rd week of February. They start even earlier, a week or 2 early. So he's been playing baseball on a week-in, week-out basis since the 2nd week of February. Just at this point, almost 7 months. Runner going, the pitch swing and rolled over. Right side of the infield. Downs picks it up out of the air, taps the bag, and Joey Hennessy gets out of the inning. A real good way to end it from the rookie. Gets Kelly to ground out, and the Ducks stay off the board for the 2nd straight inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, and the Ducks leave 2 aboard. They've already left 7 on board today, but they've brought 4 home, and they're up by 1. Rockers with a chance to tie it up as we're halfway through this one. Ducks 4, Rockers 3. We're back after this in the Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto. bottom of the 5th inning, and the Rockers have a chance to tie it up. New pitcher on the mound. It's the lefty Quinn Freeman as Tanner Wilt ends his day after 2 innings. It's starting to look a little bit like a midweek college baseball game. Everyone in the pen's going 1-2 inning, getting some innings. But Tanner Wilt's day is done, and Quinn Freeman becomes the first lefty to enter the ball game tonight.
Yeah, Clint Freeman on the year. 0-2, the ERA 5.97. This is appearance number 22. And on the season for Freeman, you look at some of his other numbers, 9 walks, 16 strikeouts, opponents hitting .295 off of him, and he has allowed 5 home runs in his 29 innings.
Tanner Wilt goes 2 innings, gives up 5 hits, 3 runs, no walks, 1 strikeout, throws 36 pitches, and hands things over to the two-way guy. Freeman has played really all over the place. Can play first, can play the outfield, and also, as we see today, can come in relief. He faces Michael Martinez, Quincy Lattimore, and Jerry Downs. It'll go righty, and a lefty with Martinez, the switch hitter, flipping things around. Probably wouldn't mind changing up a little bit. He's 0 for 2 today from the left side. First pitch. Takes a fastball, misses away, 1-0.
Also doesn't look like Joey Hennessy's long for this game as Joe Johnson is up in the bullpen.
Joe Johnson's a guy that you can use as a hitter. Is another one of those two-way guys.
He can also give you multiple innings.
The 1-0 pitch. Martinez swings and chops it foul into the Ducks dugout. Count evens up 1-1. Well, that's a big thing here. You need someone to go 2 innings. You don't have enough arms to let 5 guys throw the rest of this ball game. Because at that point, you're using 7, 8 arms, and Cooper Casad, you give him the ball and say, we probably need you to go all 9. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and a ground ball. Bounces once into the glove of Frias to throw to first in time. And Martinez retired on a ground out for the 3rd time today. Comes the first out of the 5th inning and brings up Quincy Lattimore. We still haven't seen the power quite yet for Quincy. It's been talked about at length the last 2 days, but so far has only been able to pound out 2 singles. Lattimore comes up from the right side, and his second game with the Rockers was 1 for 2 yesterday with the walk, is 1 for 1 today with a single and a walk. The single coming back in the 3rd inning. The first pitch. Swing and a ground ball once again to the left side. Frias picks it up at short. The throw to first is way high and throws it directly into the stands. There's netting that goes all the way down the first base line. And if that netting wasn't there, some fan was getting a free baseball.
Well, it doesn't matter if that's going to be an error on a fielding error or an error on the throw. It's Vladimir Frias' error either way.
He bobbled it at first and then I think picked someone out in the first row of the stands and threw it to him on a line. So thankful that that netting's there. If that netting wasn't there, Quincy Lattimore standing on second. 7th error of the year for Frias. First error of the game for the Ducks. That's just their 53rd on the year for the best defense in the Atlantic League. Jerry Downs comes up from the left side. Presents the go-ahead run in the ball game. First pitch, fastball bites low in the dirt. Count it 1-0. Jerry Downs was wearing a T-shirt today, and I will say it was probably one of the better T-shirts we've seen anyone wear on this team in 2021. So 2 years ago, MLB The Show decided to add in the likeness and names of real minor league players. Freeman checks over to first. Lattimore back in time. Downs, playing in Double-A at the time, was included into the game. So you could play as the Portland Sea Dogs, and Jerry Downs, looking exactly like Jerry Downs, would be your first baseman. So he said in spring training last year, before COVID shut everything down, Freeman waits on the mound, picks up the leg, comes home. Downs takes. First ball misses away, 2-0. He just needed a T-shirt, told the clubby, hey, just grab me a T-shirt whenever you can find it. So the clubby brought back a T-shirt that has the MLB Show logo on it, and then like a face scan image, and said, hashtag I got my face scanned with the MLB The Show logo. He walked out of the dugout today with it, and I said, that's got to be one of the biggest flexes you can have. He's like, I don't even know it was that cool until someone told me what it actually meant. Another check back to first. Latendorf was off. Lattimore was off. The throw to second is in time. That's out number 2. Lattimore caught stealing. Stole second yesterday, is caught stealing here today. It was a good move by Freeman. Picked up the leg, and Lattimore was off. The count 2-0 to Downs. Nobody on the base pass. Now 2 outs. Rockers down 4-3.
That's where you're at a disadvantage with the left-handed pitcher. He brings the leg up and then almost pauses there for a moment. If you go too early, you're dead.
That's what Lattimore did. The pitch. Downs takes high, and the count at 3 balls and no strikes. That's the unfortunate thing, though, about Downs now being in a 3-0 count. There was Lattimore on first. Downs could try and work a walk. And then you'd have runners on first and second for James McOwen. For even though he's hitless tonight, has been one of the hottest hitters on this team. The 3-0 pitch. Fastball called a strike outside corner. 3-1. This is also a game that is not for those who had dinner plans right after the game. This has been a long one. We're already 2 hours old in this, and we're just in the bottom half of the 5th inning. It's been a good one, though. Rockers down by 1. The pitch. Curveball misses low. Ball 4. And Downs reaches for the first time tonight. That extends the on-base streak to 5 straight. And brings up the lefty James McOwen.
It's kind of how bullpen games go. They're usually some of the longer games you'll play.
Right fielder number 36, James.
As someone who has been through quite a few mid-major Division I midweek games, those are the ones that can drag on when you're seeing 6, 7 guys out of the bullpen. The Durham Bulls last Sunday had a game where they threw 8 different pitchers. The first pitch, McOwen swings and fouls it back, counted 0-1.
The saving grace of it all is the fact that it is a 1-run ball game, and we're not 2 hours into a 13-2 snoozer.
Included in those 8 pitchers for the Bulls was David Robertson, who was a former Rocker. Maybe 2 of the most electric innings anyone's thrown this year. Is on the cusp of getting called back up to the big leagues with the Tampa Bay Rays. 4-3 the score, bottom 5. The pitch. McOwen takes it, squirts away from Sanchez. Off to second goes Downs. Downs moves up on the wild pitch, and now a runner in scoring position for James McOwen, and a chance for his 48th run batted into the year. At this point, though, you might need 2 hands to count the number of times Hector Sanchez has gone out to the mound. Walks out to Freeman to go over signs again with the runner on second. Last time we saw this happen, it took 3 mound visits and 1 pitch to finally get the signs down. McOwen back in from the left side. He's 0 for 2 today. Ground out and a fly out to center. Freeman delivers. Swing and a miss and a filthy curveball. Count goes to 1-2. McOwen this year with runners in scoring position, batting .272. Just a couple of ticks below his overall average for the season, which coming into today was at .277. 1-2 the count, 2 outs. Downs the tying run, stands at second. The pitch. Curveball bites low in the dirt. Sanchez blocks it up. Count evens up 2-2.
That's one you're not going to get McOwen to chase. He's already seen it a couple of times. He knows what it does. He's familiar with that pitch.
And that is actually a pass ball by Hector Sanchez, which is his 6th of the season. Just the 13th of the year for the Ducks. These are 2 teams that don't have too many mistakes in the catching side. The 2-2 pitch from Freeman. Swing and fouled back. Now to play over the overhang on the third base side. Count stays 2-2.
And the Rockers have had 3 really good ones behind the plate Stuart Levy, Mike Galino, and of course Logan Moore was here at the beginning of the year.
The Ducks have Hector Sanchez and Sal Giardina, who we've talked about at length as probably one of the better mustaches in all of the Atlantic League. Outside of Tommy Lawrence's, that is. The 2-2 pitch. McOwen takes inside, and that's ball 3.
And Lawrence is, I saw him earlier today, it's not even as full as I think it was. I think he's kind of shorted off a little bit, which, I hate to say it, may give Giardina the crown.
He said it a couple of times that it's one that at times he's wanted to shave it off, but he's been pitching so well, he can't. He's got to keep the good vibes going. 3-2 the count with 2 outs. Downs off a second. The pitch. Swing and a ground ball right side of the infield. Lombardozzi overthrows on the run in time. And that retires McOwen by just a couple of steps. The Rockers, for the 5th straight inning, leave a runner on the base paths. And they find themselves down by 1 on the scoreboard once again. No runs, no hits, no errors. 1 runner left on base. Joe Johnson out to the mound for the Rockers when we return for the top of the 6th inning on the Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van Yorkado.
Hey fans, the High Point Rockers would like to welcome some special groups who have joined us for tonight's game. Welcome Coca-Cola Consolidated. Welcome High Point Central High School reunion member. Welcome home High Point University family. Welcome Simon Jeweler. Welcome Stacy Rhodes and friends. And welcome Visiting Angels and Hospice of the Piedmont Caregivers. We appreciate all that you do. And Rockers fans, we would like to wish a very happy birthday tonight to Trey. And to Barry Brown, who's 16 years young today. We thank all of you for joining us tonight, and we look forward to seeing all of you again soon. The Rockers game here at Truist.
Top of the 6th inning, Javic Blake alongside Kendrick Fruits. It's been a night of J names out of the bullpen for the Rockers. Joey Hennessy's day is done. A 4-3 ball game. Ducks up by 1. Hennessy goes 1 inning, no hits, no runs, 2 walks, no strikeouts. Throws 21 pitches and gives way to another rookie. This time it's righty Joe Johnson.
Yeah, Joe Johnson comes into today 2-0 with a 5.66 ERA, 24 appearances this year, 10 walks, 16 strikeouts, opponents hitting 272 off of it.
First batter he faces is Johnny Turbo. It's 9-1-2, Turbo, Frias, and Lombardozzi. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Way out front of the fastball was Turbo. Count goes to 0-1.
The center fielder, number 14, Johnny Turbo.
Turbo on the day is 0 for 2. Hasn't hit a ball out of the infield. A pop out first and ground out to the pitcher. The pitch bounces into the glove of Levy. Count evens up 1-1. It's been a strange night for Rockers pitching. They're a team that they don't strike out a ton, but they strike out a good amount of guys. They haven't struck out anyone today. The pitch, swing and a shattered bat left side of the infield, backhanded by Alfonso, spins on a dime to first in time and retires the speedy Turbo for out number 1. It's becoming now just a nightly occurrence deep in the hole for Alfonso. Backhanded it, just spun on a dime to first to retire Turbo. Brings up the top of the order and Vladimir Frias, who comes up for the 4th time today.
Shortstop number 1, Vladimir Frias.
Frias steps in from the left side. Responsible for 2 of the 4 runs. Check that, 3 of the 4 runs in the board. 2 RBI single in the second, then came around to score himself. First pitch, bunt shown. Fastball outside, pulled back. Counts at 1-0. Ducks have 4 runs on 6 hits and an error. Rockers have 3 runs on 7 hits and no errors. The 1-0 pitch. Fastball. Misses away, 2-0.
Today in baseball history, presented by the International Market Center. We start in 1945 for not just a great moment in baseball, but one of the most monumental moments in American history as well.
2-0 the count to Frias. The pitch, the lefty smacks it foul. Wide of first, count goes to 2-1.
In a Brooklyn office today in 1945, Branch Rickey met with Jackie Robinson to outline his plans for having Jackie Robinson become the first African-American player in Major League Baseball history. That initial conversation took place today.
Jackie Robinson paving the way for so many to play across the game. The 2-1 pitch. Swing and foul straight back. Count evens up 2-2. I mean, you look across the field right now, and the amount of guys that we love watching every day and Rocker fans love seeing every day, without Jackie Robinson, might have taken another 20, 30, even 40 years for the color barrier to thankfully be broken across baseball. Obviously, Robinson would come up in 1947 to make it with the Dodgers and a storied Hall of Fame career. Frias steps out, readjusts everything. Now steps back in against the righty Johnson. 4-3 the score. Top of the 6th inning. The 2-2 pitch. Fastball misses away, 3-2.
Taking you to the Little League World Series in 1971, the Gary, Indiana Little League team featuring former Major League manager Lloyd McClendon. McClendon hits a home run in the first at-bat of the championship game, which results in him being intentionally walked the rest of the game.
The payoff pitch. Frias swings and lines it way foul out of play down the left field side. Count stays 3-2.
He began the series with 5 home runs in 5 at-bats, and then was intentionally walked the next 5 plate appearances to finish the tournament.
That's impressive. We thought Barry Bonds was the most feared hitter in baseball history. Maybe Major League history, but Little League Baseball's got some competition. The 3-2 pitch. Swing and launched out into right center field. McGowan going over, sticks up the glove, and makes the catch, a leaping grab. Out number 2, back-to-back good defensive plays for the Rockers.
Lastly, in 2003, Jose Reyes, the youngest player in Major League history to hit a home run from both sides of the plate, and he did it 20 years old against Mike Hampton and Trey Hodges with the Atlanta Braves.
Lombardozzi comes up from the left side. He's 1 for 3 today. Single and 2 groundouts, one's to each of the middle infielders, one to Alfonso, one to DiSarcina. 2 outs, nobody on. Rockers down 4-3, top of the 6th inning. Johnson sets on the mound, comes home. Fastball misses low. 1-0. Johnson, a guy like Hennessy, who's been playing baseball since around mid-February. High Point members of the Big South Conference. Actually saw Joe Johnson play a couple of times this year when High Point played Elon, without realizing that in 3 months that'd be a guy we'd be talking about once or twice a week on the mound. The pitch. Fastball misses away, 2-0. At that point, he was standing in center field at Latham Park. But now regularly toes the rubber for the Rockers. Really made the transition from full-time hitter to full-time pitcher in pro ball. The 2-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. Changeup gets Lombardozzi way out front. Count goes to 2-1.
Well, he's been very adaptable. He's quickly realized the Rockers don't have space for another outfielder on this roster, and he said, okay, well, what can I do to make myself useful? And they've basically converted him to a full-time reliever.
And he's been good. The 2-1 pitch. Swing and a fly ball foul. Left field side out of play. Count evens up 2-2. Lombardozzi single back in the 2nd inning, extended a hit streak to 4 straight for who's the guy who's arguably the best hitter on this Ducks roster. The OPS, a team best 929, which in a normal year is pretty impressive in the Atlantic League, but not this year. The pitch displayed foul. Count stays 2-2. In 2019, there was 2 players with an OPS above 900. 1 player with an OPS above 1. You can all gather who that is pretty quickly.
I'm going to say Telvin Nash.
The 2-2 pitch. swing and lofted out towards right field, towards the line. McGowan going over, keeps going over, on the run, makes the catch, going towards the line for out number 3. He retires 2 straight batters, and that ends the inning. Johnson sets the Ducks down 1-2-3 in the 6th. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base. We're through 5.5 at Truist Point. The Rockers down 4-3. We're back after this. The Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto.
Madison Cricket Wireless Row of Honor, located in Section 104, is in recognition of the servicemen and women who put on the uniform of our armed forces and stand ready to defend a grateful nation. Included in these seats is our POW MIA seat, which will always remain unused in honor of those that have not come home. Please rise if you are currently serving or have served in our armed forces. Thank you for your service, and thank you, Cricket Wireless, for sponsoring the Rockers Roll of Honor. To honor the hometown hero in your life, nominate them to sit in our Roll of Honor by sliding to highpointrockers.com. And now get ready to show those pearly whites fans. It's time for the Smile Cam, brought to you by Dr. Bradley Samuel. Medium right dentist will then call ours, 336-883-2316, or visit www.bradleyasamueldds.com. Dr. Bradley Samuel, the official dentist of the High Point Rockers.
Bottom of the 6th inning, Javik Blake alongside Kendrick Fruits. Thanks so much for spending your Saturday night with us. The Rockers are down 4-3, trying to win their 9th straight home game. They've won 8 in a row at home, 17 of their last 22 at Truist Point. They've really made it the friendly confines for the team that currently sits with the best record in the Atlantic League at 45-36, a game ahead of the Long Island Ducks. Clint Freeman back on the mound for his 2nd inning of work. Faces Giovanni Alfonso, Stuart Levy, J.R.D. Sarcina, and if it gets there, the pitcher spot. Giovanni Alfonso digs in from the right side to lead things off. He's had himself a good day. 2 for 2, a single and a double. The double led to the Rockers' first run in the 4th inning. Back-to-back doubles by Alfonso and Levy brought him home. The first pitch takes a fastball high, 1-0.
Well, you'd love it if he starts off this inning the same way he did back in that 4th inning. Get you going, especially with the fact that Levy came through right after him and looked good doing it.
Rockers have led off an inning with a hit, 2 of the last 3. The 1-0 pitch takes a fastball, called a strike, 1-1. Alfonso rocking the high blue socks today. Black leg guard on that left leg. Stands pretty much at the back of the right-handed batter's box. The 1-1 pitch takes a fastball high, 2-1. This is a guy who's just been locked in. 1 run batted in away from 40 on the year. He's only about 9 away from his career high. The 2-1 pitch takes a fastball high and away, and all of a sudden, Clint Freeman puts Alfonso at a 3-1 count.
Both bullpens have right-handers up. For the Rockers, it's John Hayes, and you kind of wonder if that's a just-in-case move or whether they would go to Hayes anyways.
Rockers would love to have a lead to bring out the 3-headed monster on the back end of the bullpen. We haven't seen them all used in succession yet. 3-1 pitch from the lefty. Alfonso takes ball 4, and there's a leadoff walk.
And this may put things in motion for the Rockers, because if there's somebody on base when the pitcher spot comes up, and there's guys like Steven Cardullo that are still available on the bench, I think that's a situation where you've got to go to the bullpen, or you've got to go to the bench and bring in a pinch hitter.
Stuart Levy doubled last time he was up. It was his first double in about a week and a half. First extra base hit in about a week and a half, too. Alfonso at first, nobody out. Rockers down 4-3, bottom of the 6th inning. Lefty Freeman fires to the righty. Swing and a miss. Levy's helmet falls off. Count goes to 0-1. He was trying to make this game 5-4 in a hurry.
It's not a Stuart Levy at bat if the helmet doesn't fall off on the first swing.
There were 2 checklists. There's a checklist for every Levy at bat. A swing from the left side before he steps in the box, and the helmet falling off. We've seen both here this at bat in 1 pitch. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a fly ball right field, trailing towards the line. Shaw moves laterally towards the line and makes the catch. Out number 1, Levy retired, and brings up J.R. DeSarcina. DeSarcina today is 1 for 2, singled in the 3rd, flew out to center back in the 4th. He's riding a 4-game hit streak for a guy who's had himself a 7 for 18 week.
Second baseman number 5, J.R. DeSarcina.
And Kendrick, he talked about whether or not it would set things in motion for Cardullo to come up as a pinch hitter. Steven Cardullo stands on deck right now. DeSarcina stands in from the right side. Faces the lefty Clint Freeman. Check back to first. Alfonso back in time. Freeman has yet to allow a hit in his appearance so far. Everyone that has reached has been either a walk or an error. Vladimir Frias made the only one of the game in the 5th, and then Jerry Downs and Giovanni Alfonso have both walked. The first pitch. DeSarcina way ahead of a changeup. Count at 0-1.
We mentioned the 3-headed monster at the back of the Rockers bullpen. I would think the only one not available tonight may be Huascar Brazoban.
The dream scenario is Dull to Brazoban to Halbon in some order of the 3. The 0-1 pitch. DeSarcina takes. Curveball inside corner, called a strike, 0-2.
I think the way that they have set it up would be Brazoban in the 7th usually, then to Ryan Dull, who's got that major league experience, then to Halbon.
Brazoban was electric in 2018 with the Lancaster Barnstormers, sub-2 ERA. Check back to first. Alfonso takes 1 step back to the bag. Halbon obviously has become the de facto closer for the Rockers this year. Has 9 saves on the season. 7 of the 9 have come in just about the last 2 weeks. The 0-2 pitch. DeSarcina out in front of it, rolls over to Lombardozzi. The shuffle to second for 1, and that's all they're going to get. Frias does not go to first. DeSarcina reaches first, and up comes a pinch hitter now in Steven Cardullo with 2 outs, and the Rockers down by 1.
Rockers fans, your attention, please. Batting for Joe Johnson. The pinch hitter is number
Steven Cardullo comes up from the right side. Batting .278 this year, .388 the OBP, .880 the OPS, 12 homers, 49 runs batted in. Someone who, when you looked at the lineup today and saw that he wasn't in it, kind of had to do a double take.
He has struggled in August, though. He's hit just .230 this month.
It's been a tough week for him, too. Pitch home from the lefty. Swings and fouls it straight back, count at 0-1.
But the thing is about Cardullo, he doesn't strike out a whole lot. Even though he's hitting .230 this month, 20 games, 13 strikeouts.
Well, this week is the biggest thing. He's 2 for 18, but hasn't struck out yet. Has walked twice. So he puts the ball in play. Only problem is there's 2 outs. Productive out doesn't do anything but get you back to the dugout. 0-1 the count with 2 outs. DeSarcina off for first. Another check back. DeSarcina, just like Alfonso, takes one step back to the bag. Top of the order up next, it's Field, Martinez, and Lattimore. Field's been a walking clutch gene about the last 2 weeks, is all with a walk-off for the Rockers this year. The 0-1 pitch. Cardullo swings and misses. Count goes to 0-2.
And the young history of the team ties him for the most all-time in Rockers history.
With former Duck Breland Almodovar. Almodovar's played all over this place. From Houston to Long Island. Now he's most recently been with the Lexington Legends. Playing for his third team this year. 0-2 the count with 2 outs. Freeman 1 pitch away from getting out of things. Another check back towards first, and DeSarcina back to the base. Someone's not too happy about it. Someone shouted, "Really?" as DeSarcina hopped back to the bag. Freeman's paid a lot of attention to guys at first. Alfonso got 3 throws over. DeSarcina has received 2 throws back to the bag. Now the 0-2 pitch. Cardullo fouls it straight back. Count stays 0-2.
He's also spent time with Winnipeg, with Sussex County, with St. Paul before they were an affiliated team. So, yeah, this is a guy in Almodovar who's been there, done that.
Got a big old jersey collection, or at least a hat collection. I don't know if every team lets you keep the jersey at the end of it. 0-2 the count, 2 outs. The lefty fires home. Fastball misses high, 1-2.
The Houston Apollos, Mike, because they don't have anywhere to put them.
The Apollos, normally a team in the Pecos League, a traveling team this year in the American Association. 1-2 the count to Cardullo, who's in at the very back of the right-handed batter's box. The pitch, fastball high, 2-2. This is a lengthy at-bat. Cardullo's fouled off a couple of pitches. Now 2 straight balls. Cardullo back in. Freeman comes set. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and fouled straight back again. Count stays 2-2.
Well, Cardullo goes without saying a very professional hitter, and he's a guy who knows how to just foul off pitches until you get one that you like. So, in a way, this is kind of advantage Cardullo here because he can stand up there and flick foul balls all night long if he had to.
He's seen just about everything. Couple of fastballs, couple of changeups, couple of sliders. He's seen back-to-back-to-back fastballs. The 2-2 pitch. Curveball misses low, 3-2. Well, and now you put yourself in a situation where if Cardullo walks, you turn things around to the top of the order in Johnny Field, who's the only guy that hasn't seen you today. Sanchez comes out from behind home plate. Lets everyone know that with a 3-2 count, DeSarcina is going to be on the run. Make sure Freese and Lombarduzzi can get pulled out of position. DeSarcina will be off with the pitch. 3-2 the count with 2 outs. The pitch. Swing and tattooed back up the middle. Base hit center field. DeSarcina's on the move. He heads to third. Cardullo rounds first. It's a pinch hit single. And the tying run is now 90 feet away with 2 outs for the top of the order.
Well, you knew it was just a matter of time before he got a pitch he could do something with after fouling off pitch after pitch after pitch. And Freeman made a pitch that he was able to do something with, and he just shot it right back up the box.
Johnny Field comes back up, but it looks like that's the end of the day. Wally Backman comes out, meets with home plate umpire Larry Rosenberg, which means we're going to get a double switch.
Looks like Daniel Fields is coming into the game.
Fields jogs out to left. We're going to see who gets yanked out from the outfield. Freeman's day is done before things turn around to the top of the order. Well, we're going to get everything figured out as far as defense positioning and who's coming into the ball game. Rockers down 4-3. The tying runs at third when we come back on the Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto. welcome back to High Point. Javik Blake alongside Kendrick Fruits. The tying runs at third. The go-ahead runs at first for the Rockers. Johnny Field comes up to the plate. And for just the second time this year, Vinny Mazzaro comes out of the Ducks bullpen. Right-hander faces Johnny Field, Michael Martinez, and Quincy Lattimore at the top of the order. There's 2 outs as Quentin Freeman's day ends after an inning and 2/3 and 34 pitches.
Vin Mazzaro, 1-5, 8.05 the ERA, 38 innings pitched, 5 home runs, 33 walks, 18 strikeouts. Opponents hitting .318 off of him. Almost wonder if Wally Backman's going reverse 2019. Mazzaro started 2019 in the bullpen, moved to the rotation. It was a big part of it through the playoff stretch, but started this year in the rotation. Did not go so well. Almost wonder if they're starting to ease him back towards a bullpen.
Daniel Fields now in the ball game for Johnny Turbo. The 9th spot in the order becomes the pitcher's spot. Fields is in left. LJ Mazzilli is now in center and brings up the righty Johnny Field. He's 1 for 3. 2-run home run back in the 3rd inning. He got the Rockers on the board and made it a 4-2 ball game. First pitch. Curveball misses low in the dirt. Sanchez blocks it up. 1-0. Freeman's line, he's responsible for 2 guys in the base paths. 1 2/3 innings, 1 hit, 2 walks, no strikeouts. Throws 34 pitches. Field twirls the bat a couple of times. The righty delivers. Looks at a fastball down and away. 2-0.
We talked about it earlier that it's okay to miss down, but in Mazzaro's case, it's way down, and he's going to have to make an adjustment to even throw something that's tempting to Field.
So far, Field has homered in every other at-bat since the walk-off last night. With walk-off, strikeout, home run, pop-out. The pitch. Takes a fastball, called a strike, 2-1. The walk-off last night for Field was his first walk-off home run since 2014 with the Bowling Green Hot Rods and the Rays organization. Probably the biggest home run he's hit this year with the Rockers. He's known early in the year for just hitting leadoff home runs. Now the pitch. Check swing on a fastball low and away. They check to first, does not go. The count goes to 3-1. Well, now Mazzaro's one bad one away from loading him up for Michael Martinez. Top of the order is becoming a pick your poison sort of situation. Field, Martinez, Lattimore, Downs, and McGowan all have a lot of experience. Field and Martinez both making the bigs. Lattimore making it to AAA. Downs just being the best hitter in the Atlantic League this year. The 3-1 pitch. Swing and a bouncing ball back up the middle. Lombardozzi over, spears it, and tags second to end the inning. The Rockers once again leave the tying run stranded. They've left a man on in every single inning today. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 2 runners left on base. The Rockers go scoreless in the 6th. And we head to the top of the 7th inning. Rockers down 4-3. We're back after this. The Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto.
Hey fans, Budweiser encourages everyone to drink responsibly and always designate a driver before heading to the game. If your bases are loaded, have a friend drive you home. Be a good sport and enjoy responsibly. All right, everyone, it's time for the Crescent Court Dizzy Bat Race. Turn your attention to the area in front of the first base dugout for tonight's contest. Shaylin, take it away and introduce us to our contestant.
Okay, fans, I am down here with Luke and Dave. They are going to spin as fast as they possibly can. Eyes on the back, no TV. Are you boys ready? 3, 2, 1, start spinning. Go, go, go. The left hand here, the back is in, folks. Let's hear it for us. You got it, boys. Keep spinning. I want to see some wobbles going on. Here we go. Spin. 3, 2, 1, go! Oh, close, close, close.
Top of the 7th inning, Rockers with a 4-3 deficit they are trying to overcome, and Rockers will go to the bullpen once again, which puts the end of the day for Joe Johnson. Pitched a scoreless inning, otherwise all zeros, and they'll give way to another right-hander, this one John Hayes.
John Hayes started off the year with the New Jersey Jackals, has spent a majority of this season with the Rockers, making his 19th appearance, 19 innings, 12 walks, 15 strikeouts. Opponents hitting .329 against him at a 7.58 ERA.
Jamie Keefe was talking to home plate umpire Larry Rosenberg. I scanned the rest of the defense, and everything else looks the same.
He was checking in about the moves made by Wally Backman in the start of the inning.
Which there were plenty.
With Wally Backman, you're due for about one double switch of all game.
Backman, very much a National League style manager. Maybe that has to do with the fact that he spent most of his playing career in the National League. 1980s with the Mets. Daniel Fields leading things off. First pitch, cranks one high and deep into center field. Johnny Fields settles under it, puts it away a couple of steps in front of the track, and that is out number 1. Daniel Fields gave it a jolt and really got under it a little bit. If he had straightened it out a bit more, that ball would not have landed yet. That'll bring up LJ Mazzilli, who's now in center field. Mazzilli today 1 for 3. Nobody in the bullpen for Long Island, which means Clint Freeman most likely back in. Check that, Vinny Mazzaro back in the bottom of the 8th. First pitch curveball to Mazzilli inside, 1-0. Hayes comes set. Here comes the 1-0 fastball. This one inside as well, 2-0. Rockers trying to mount a comeback in the late innings just like yesterday. They trail by 1, though. They trailed by 2 in the 9th yesterday. Fastball again inside, and the count 3-0. Mazzilli and then Chris Shaw waits on deck. Here comes the 3-0. There's a fastball at the knees, and it's a called strike. If the Rockers pick up the victory tonight, it would mean that in all 4 series between the two teams, the home team won the series. That pitch cracked foul down the left field side, count full. You heard Quincy Lattimore in the pregame interview today talking about how Long Island is one of the teams that he wants to beat in the league more than anybody. Comes the 3-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3 on the fastball. John Hayes was behind 3-0 and came back to strike out LJ Mazzilli. A big at-bat there. That brings up Chris Shaw, who's 0 for 2 with a walk. Especially when you consider how good of a hitter LJ Mazzilli has been this year. That's a huge strikeout. Hayes comes set and delivers first pitch fastball to Shaw. There's a strike to the left-handed hitter. Hayes comes set, plants the front foot, now kicks and fires another fastball up and away. And the count 1-1. Well, there are signs for Simon Jewelers all over the place today. They had one that just flashed on the video board a moment ago. Today is the Digging for Diamonds contest after the game. Shaw swings and misses, count 1-2. 2 fans are going to go home with some nice rewards, nice prizes after the contest tonight.
Pretty expensive prizes.
Absolutely.
And shiny.
Absolutely. A pair of earrings and a necklace, both valued at over $2,000. That pitch down low in the count 2-2. Should be fun. The crazy thing, if you watch it, I'm glad I'm not down there, because it turns into a free-for-all very, very quickly. All the fans have to stand with one hand on the wall in right field, and then when they say go, they race towards all the boxes and hope to open the lucky box with the prize. That pitch inside, and the count full. Hayes comes set. Here comes the 3-2, just outside. So it's a walk to Chris Shaw. Brings up Hector Sanchez. 1 for 3 today.
Catcher number 33, Hector Sanchez.
2 outs here in the top of the 7th. Rockers' bullpen has done a very nice job today. The Ducks have not gotten on the board since 4 runs in the 2nd inning. Swing and a miss on the changeup, nothing in 1.
Second inning was really the only inning that Long Island's been able to get anything going. Sure, they've been able to scatter guys across the base paths, but nothing crazy.
It's given the Rockers an opportunity to scratch and claw their way back into it. 0-1, swung on, that's jolted deep into right field. James McGowan going back, leaps, did he come up with it? No, the ball's kicking around in right field. McGowan picks it up, they are waving one around. Here comes the throw home, it's cut off, and Chris Shaw will score on the RBI double from Hector Sanchez. It is now a 5-3 Ducks lead. For Hector Sanchez, RBI number 32. Shaw scored from first. Brings up Ramon Flores now, who's 2 for 2 with a walk. I guess that was better than the alternative. It looked for a moment off the bat as if that ball was going to leave the park.
It kind of died towards the wall. That was the big thing that helped save it.
James McGowan gave it a good effort there in right field, just wasn't able to flag it down. Here comes the pitch to Flores. It's a fastball. It's called strike 0-1. 4 runs, 7 hit. Check that, 5 runs, 7 hits, and an error for the Ducks. For the Rockers, 3 runs on 8 hits, no errors. Hayes comes set. Here comes the 0-1. It's another fastball and another strike. Nothing in 2. Sanchez takes his lead off a second, not being held on. Here comes an 0-2. Off speed, fouled off towards the Rockers dugout, and it drops in after hitting the netting. The way that the netting works here around the ballpark is that it is attached to the front of the dugout, which of course the front of the dugout just covers the seating portion of the dugout, so all the players that are mostly standing are still out in the open, so a ball that hits the netting just falls right back in front of the bench that's in the dugout. 0-2, swing and a miss, strike 3 on a pitch that just fell off the table. John Hayes gives up a run in the 7th inning, but strikes out a couple of Ducks. And we go to the bottom of the 7th. It's stretch time at Truist Point, and the Ducks lead 5-3 from the Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto.
Hey, Rockers fans, back to the point and watch your favorite Rockers players go up against the Long Island Ducks tomorrow, Sunday, August the 29th. Children 13 and under can run the bases after the game. Come back and join us August 31st through September the 2nd to watch your Rockers go up against the Gastonia Honey Hunters. And don't miss our Agriculture Night, September the 1st, presented by Gilbert County Farm Bureau and Young Farmers of Ranger. Learn the history and importance of agriculture in North Carolina. We look forward to seeing you there. All right, fans, please turn your attention to the Jumbotron as we present McDonald's for everyone. Visit your High Point McDonald's today. Now, let's join together in singing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game."
High Point Rockers trailed the Ducks by a score of 5-3. And for the Rockers, they've got a good part of their lineup coming up. The big power portion, if you will. Martinez, Lattimore, Downs, and McGowan. As they look to at least cut into this deficit a little bit more. And there's still enough offense left. Rockers have at least 3 opportunities, 7th, 8th, and 9th innings. And so with that being said, this is a situation where, again, you don't have to get all of them. Yes, the more you go deeper into this game without getting the runs back, it kind of adds the pressure. But it gives the Rockers a situation, if they can find themselves in a situation where they're 1 or 2 down, just like they were last night. This is a team that is very, very momentum focused, and they felt all the momentum from last night. Certainly it could carry over to tonight. Here's Michael Martinez, 0 for 3. And the first pitch from Vinny Mazzaro is a fastball outside, count 1-0. Again, this is Martinez's first game in about a week. Did not play in the Lexington series nor the Gastonia one. Takes a fastball. This stays just off the plate as well, and the count 2-0. Rockers have action in the bullpen. It's a right-hander. And I believe it is Ryan Dull. Mazzaro delivers 2-0 to Martinez. Fastball swinging, fouls it back, and the count is 2-1. A lefty up for the Long Island Ducks, which looks like it is Hunter Cervenka. Considering the only other left-handed pitchers they have are Clint Freeman, who's already pitched tonight, and Darren Downs, who started yesterday. The 2-1 to Martinez, swings, fouls this one back, and the count 2-2. The run the Ducks scored in the top of the 7th was their first since the 2nd inning of play. Rockers scored 2 in the 3rd off of the Johnny Field home run and added 1 in the 4th inning as well. It was Alfonso who came in on a double from Levy. Martinez swings, line drive, right field, but right at Chris Shaw. And that's just bad luck for out number 1. It was Martinez's hardest hit ball of the night, but just unfortunately for him, right at the right fielder. Brings up Quincy Lattimore, 1 for 2 today.
Left fielder number 22, Quincy Lattimore.
Lattimore steps into the right-handed box. Back foot almost at the very back of the box. And here's the pitch. Swings, fouls it down the 3rd base side. Jamie Keefe backing up on it, makes the play. And the count 0-1. And this game is almost certainly hitting the 3-hour mark within the next inning. Off speed up and in. Lattimore has to spin out of the way, count 1-1. Rockers trying to be the first team in the 2nd half to reach 15 wins. Here comes the 1-1. Swung on and hit right on the ground towards 2nd. Lombardozzi makes the easy play onto 1st in time. That's out number 2. The Ducks have just mowed down the 3 really dangerous hitters in the front part of this lineup as Wally Backman goes to the bullpen with Jerry Downs waiting on deck and think that was a chance to see Hunter Cervenka, and that's exactly what's going to happen. So Cervenka will come in, and we will step aside as Vin Mazzaro does his job. The Ducks go to the bullpen, bottom of the 7th on the Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto.
This call to the bullpen is sponsored by Pregame Wireless. Working hard to keep you connected and safe with your Pregame service today. Your pitcher for the Long Island Ducks is number 35, Hunter Cervenka.
The lefty Hunter Cervenka taking his warm-up tosses here at the bottom of the 7th with 2 outs. He'll face the left-handed hitter Jerry Downs. And that's the end of the day for Vin Mazzaro, who went 1 inning, 0s across the board otherwise.
33rd appearance for Cervenka. 4.77, check that, 4.67 the ERA, 34 2/3 innings pitched, 17 walks, 35 strikeouts, opponents hitting .240 against him.
The pitcher spot due up second for Long Island in the 8th inning. This is clearly just a 1-batter assignment for Cervenka. 2 if the inning continues, because obviously James Smith going after that. Cervenka has to face either a minimum of 3 hitters or go to the end of the inning. But he would not come out for the 8th, I would not expect. First pitch to Jerry Downs coming. Fastball at the knees, it's a called strike. Jerry Downs on the day, 0 for 2 with a walk. So far today, the Rockers just 2 out of 8 with runners in scoring position. They've left 7 aboard. Down swings and a 1-hopper to Lombardozzi. Nice play. Throws on to first in time. And that's the final out of the inning. So between Hunter Cervenka and Vinny Mazzaro, the Rockers go down 1-2-3 in the 7th. We go to the top of the 8th. Ducks lead 5-3 on the Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto.
Fans of High Point Rockers 2021 Margaritaville Night jerseys are now up for auction on the Live Source app. These special jerseys, presented by Visiting Angels, benefit Hospice of the Piedmont, whose mission is connecting individuals and their families to the care they need on the terms they choose. To bid on your favorite player's jersey and support this cause, visit highpointrockers.com/auction. All right, fans, direct your attention to the field, where you're about to witness the most exciting game of rocker ball, brought to you by Health First. Be sure to cheer them on. All right, Shayla, take it away.
Thank you. All right, Rockers Nation, how are we feeling? Let me hear it. Perfect. Okay, we've had my friends down here, Weston and Bethany. They're going to have 3 rounds of rocker ball. Best 2 out of 3. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, okay. Weston is down first. All right, let's reset. 3, 2, 1, go.
Top of the 8th inning, Rockers go to the bullpen after John Hayes surrendered 1 run in the 7th inning on 1 hit, 1 walk, 2 strikeouts. Rockers turn it over to the former big leaguer, right-hander Ryan Dull.
Ryan Dull's made a single appearance with the Rockers, didn't allow a run in an inning, walked 1, struck out 2, and faced 4 batters.
He's got a very sharp slider he's been showing off here in the warm-up tosses. Maybe not quite the movement that David Robertson had on his, but Dull has enough movement on it that you look at it and go, yep, that guy was definitely a big leaguer. Dull will face the 8, 9, and 1 part of the lineup. It's Ty Kelly, the pitcher spot, and Vladimir Frias. Sal Giardina is the on-deck circle with the bat, so he will be batting for Hunter Cervenka. Right-hander up in the bullpen for Long Island. What the Rockers do in the top of the 9th, most likely depending on what the score is. I wouldn't expect us to see Halbon if the Rockers are trailing. I could see in a tied situation, though. First pitch fastball is a strike to Ty Kelly. Especially when you consider how much Halbon has been worked in the last week or so, because out of all the Rockers pitchers, he's probably been the guy that's been called on the most. Fastball just under the knees, 1-1. Dull looks in, shakes off Levy once, now comes set. Gets the pitch that he wanted to throw. Here it comes, off speed, down the first base side and foul. Jerry Downs backhanded it, but again called foul by the first base umpire, Rob Massaro. A ball and 2 strikes. Dull comes set, here comes the 1-2. Fastball down low, good block by Levy, count 2-2. Kind of wonder, the guy like Ryan Dull, who's spent so much time in the major leagues, but not only that, but he's been an affiliated ball for the longest time, including the beginning part of this year, whether it's weird coming onto a turf mound after being on a dirt mound for almost 10 plus years. Swung on, laced down the right field side, foul.
It honestly probably has to feel a little bit better because as a reliever, you're not in a situation where you're coming out to the mound and there's 4 different craters from 4 different dudes and someone who decided to kick out all the dirt, make a massive hole.
Dull steps off, goes to the rosin bag for a moment. Comes set, here comes the 2-2. Off speed down low, tried to get him to chase. Kelly did not. And the count full. And the cool thing about the artificial turf mound is the fact that it is movable and it is collapsible. It comes apart into 5 pieces. Rockers can move it out of the way when needed. Fastball down low, and that's ball 4. It's a leadoff walk to Ty Kelly, and that'll bring up Sal Giardina. Rockers played host to the NC Fusion a couple of times this past summer, the USL soccer team, and they moved the mound out of the way. And a lot of fun. The Fusion undefeated here at Truist Point over the summer. Made a good run in the postseason, falling ultimately just a little short of the championship. First pitch to Giardina, swings and a little blooper into shallow left field. It'll fall away from Lattimore. Racing over to third base is Kelly. Lattimore's bobbled the ball. Everyone's going to be safe. He's bobbled it a second time. Lattimore had a hard time with that one. Heading down to second is Giardina. And once again, this is not the first time Giardina has burned the Rockers with a pinch hit. So nobody out. Runners on second and third. Go back around to the top of the lineup in a situation for Ryan Dull that has become anything but. Vladimir Frias comes up, 1 for 4 today. Rocker's infield has to come in. They've got to cut down Ty Kelly at the plate. First pitch, fastball, swing and a miss. Frias well late. Still waiting on the scoring on that last one. My guess is the base hit for Giardina, but then we'll see if there's an error attached to Lattimore or if Giardina advanced on the throw. Here comes the 0-1 to Frias. Swing, foul ball down the right field side, count 0-2. So they are going to give Giardina a single. So it's a pinch hit single for the backup catcher for the Ducks. No balls, 2 strikes to Frias. And Dole delivers. Fastball high. Frias was able to lay off of it in the count 1-2. Rocker's defense has to continue to play in as they're looking to retire Kelly at the plate or at least hold him to third base. Frias at the plate looking to slap something past them. It's a big moment here. Dole comes set. Here comes the 1-2. Off speed, swing and a miss, and it gets away from Levy, and it's going to go into the dugout. Dead ball is called, but coming in to score is Ty Kelly. Everyone is safe on strike 3 that gets away from the catcher. And it is now a 6-3 lead for Long Island.
That's just a tough play there. That's one of those pitches that Dull is so comfortable throwing, but if you're a catcher like Stuart Levy, who hasn't caught Dull a lot, that's a pitch you can get crossed up of just because how much movement there is.
It's now a 6-3 ball game as Steve Lombardozzi comes up and the Rockers move their infield back. Except for Michael Martinez at the corner. Now he backs up a couple of steps. First pitch from Dull is a fastball, and that's away. No, it catches the zone in the count 0-1. Largest deficit the Rockers have overcome this year to come back and win is 3. They've done it twice, including last night. And because that's the largest amount, shows you how important it is to leave Sal Giardina over there at third base. Maybe a tough task with nobody out here in the third or the 8th inning. 0-1, swing and a miss on the slider. And the count 0-2. The good thing about Ryan Dull is that he's got swing and miss stuff. So when he's in a tough situation like that, like he is right now, he can get the strikeouts. Here's the pitch down in the dirt. Good block by Levy in the count 1-2. Dull comes set. Here comes the 1-2 to Lombardozzi. Off speed, swing and a miss, strike 3. That's exactly what I'm talking about. That's the first out of the inning. It makes the situation a little more manageable. With now 2 outs in the inning, or with 1 out in the inning, and Daniel Fields coming up. Chance to turn 2 to get out of it.
More importantly, it sets up the chance for a 4-strikeout inning. Which, out of all the weird and wacky stuff we've seen this year, we still have not seen that.
That's true. So, throughout the course of the season, we've said, what are we going to see first? This or a grand slam? This or a grand slam? Everything that has been this has been checked off the list. So maybe that's our next this. That pitch fouled off. The count 0-1.
I feel like we're running out of things. What are we going to say next? A perfect game or a grand slam?
Another immaculate inning would be the second in team history.
Yeah.
Michael Bowden did that back in late July 2019. Here comes the 0-1 to Fields. Check swing. Did he go around? No, they're going to say he did. Without even having to ask for help, Larry Rosenberg calls it himself. So the count 0-2. Well, if Ryan Dole can get the reigning player of the month on strikes, really would ease a little bit of stress off of the Rockers defense. Here's the 0-2, fastball low, good block by Levy, count 1-2.
He's gone time and time again with just that slider. That's been kind of his go-to pitch. Was in the bigs, that slider spinning around 2,700 RPMs.
After spiking a fastball there, wouldn't be surprised if we go back around to the slider now, especially because of how much it just cuts inside to a left-handed hitter. And he does go with the slider. It's low, blocked by Levy, 2-2. LJ Mazzilli waits on deck. Two balls, 2 strikes, and 1 out. Ryan Doles finding himself in a little bit of trouble here in the 8th inning. Another slider down low, gets away from Levy, but not far enough down the first base line for either runner to advance, and the count full. It's a very weird situation right now when you're watching Ryan Dole, because on the one hand, he's not throwing a whole lot of strikes. On the other hand, the slider has wicked movement on it, and it looks like a fantastic pitch. Here comes the 3-2, fastball, fouled off. Frias was on his way to second, and the count stays. I would say the majority of the people who are here to start the game are still here, even as we are past the 3-hour mark of this ball game. Here comes the 3-2 to Field. Swung on and laced foul down the right field side. Count holds again. Rockers are once again finding themselves down in the late innings. Runners at the corners with 1 out. Here's the pitch from Dole on the 3-2 count to Fields. Slider, swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him. Back-to-back strikeouts with the slider. And there's 2 outs in the inning. That will bring up LJ Mazzilli, who on the day is 1 for 4.
LJ Mazzilli.
Time for check of the Atlantic League scoreboard, brought to you by Ginny Morrow Cruise Planners. 2 finals. Lancaster takes down West Virginia 9-4. Southern Maryland takes down York 8-1.
Slider, lined, right field, base hit. Giardina comes in and scores. Frias only moves up 1 base. It's an RBI single from LJ Mazzilli, and the Ducks now tally a 7-3 lead for Mazzilli. That is RBI number 55. Check that, RBI number 45.
1 game still in progress. The Gastonia Honey Hunters have tied the season high in the Atlantic League for runs scored in a ball game, and the most runs scored in a game since the Camden River Sharks put up 20+. They're up 20-6 over Lexington, top of the 9th inning, and Breland Almadova, usually their center fielders, on the mound.
Fouled off. First pitch to Chris Shaw. Count 0-1. So if things continue the way they are right now, Rockers' lead would be down to just 1 in the division after tonight. Gastonia offense has the potential to do that every night. That's how good they are.
Jason Rogers has 2 homers and 7 runs batted in tonight.
Did Ryan Jackson play tonight? And now that
He did. He started and went 3 for 4.
this pitch popped up, out of play down the left field side, 0-2. Euclides Layer started the game for Gastonia. Looked pretty solid. I saw 8 strikeouts through 5. I don't know if he came back out after that. But
Now 8 strikeouts, 5 walks through 5. Eli Garcia gave up 9 runs in 4 innings, and then Harold Miles gave up 8 and 1.
wow.
Kind of just fell down from there.
That pitch gets away from Levy, but it's going to clip Chris Shaw on the top of the foot. That's going to load him up for Hector Sanchez. Frank File is going out to talk to Dole with the bases loaded. So if things hold the way they are, the Rockers would have a 1-game lead over Gastonia, still a 2-game lead over West Virginia. They're going to have some big opportunities against both of those squads coming up. They play Gastonia next week, and they play West Virginia next week. And then the next week after that, they play Gastonia and West Virginia. So
They play 16 straight games against those 2 teams. You'll be pretty familiar with them come the end of the day.
Gastonia has a lot against West Virginia and Lexington coming up.
Pitcher number 33.
Very, very important to see what happens in the next 2 weeks. I would venture 2 weeks from today, we will have a much clearer picture of the postseason, because the Rockers will have faced West Virginia and Gastonia a handful of times since then, as that pitch fouled off down the left field side.
Either that or we figure out who's going to be fighting to game number 60 of the half. From an entertainment perspective, pretty fun if 2 teams were, even 3 teams, were all separated by a game or 2 with about 20 games to go. I mean, that would be probably one of the better stretch runs in Atlantic League history.
That pitch swung on, lined into right field. That'll get down another hit. Frias comes in and scores. Lombardozzi, excuse me, that's Mazzilli comes around and scores. It's a 2-run single for Hector Sanchez, and the Ducks have busted this one open. It's 9-3. Ryan Dole's second appearance as a Rocker is not exactly gone according to plan.
First baseman number 15.
Ramon Flores comes up now. Chris Shaw, the runner at second. And a little weak swing on the slider from Flores, count 0-1. Well, it is 2 innings tonight in which the Ducks have put up a 4 spot on the Rockers. In the second against Uscali, and in the 8th tonight against Ryan Dole.
It's against 2 guys who, coming into their appearances, had looked really good.
Comes the 0-1 fastball inside, 1-1. Well, tomorrow the series concludes. Family Fun Day presented by Bethany Medical. Kids can run the bases. Kids 13 and under following the conclusion of the ball game. A pitch down low, count 2-1. Should be a fun one. Cooper Casad for the Rockers, Anderson De Leon for the Long Island Ducks. De Leon, who's up near the top of the league in strikeouts, and Casad, who can get them in spurts, but more importantly than that, is a guy who's, if I'll take it to the bank, he's going to get you 7 innings. Here comes the 2-1. Swung on, that's hit a long way foul down the right field side, 2-2. And after that, we mentioned Gastonia coming to town. Kicks off with college night on Tuesday. Show your college ID, get a discounted ticket. Dole comes set. Here's the 2-2 to Ramon Flores. Swung on and again fouled off. This one down the left field side, 2-2. Well, the Rockers were in it until this inning, where they now trail by 6. Looking ahead to the bottom of the inning, it's 5, 6, and 7 coming up. Here's the pitch, fastball in the air, left field. It is hanging up there for Lattimore, who's got a long way to run, but flags it down as he crosses into foul territory. And that is the final out of the inning, but not before 4 runs come across and score for the Ducks. It's 9-3 Long Island. We go to the bottom of the 8th of the Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto.
Fans of High Point Rockers would like to thank our corporate sponsors. We are grateful for their continued support and generosity.
Bottom of the 8th inning. Not only do the Ducks go to the bullpen, they go to a guy who's warming up from the windup, something we haven't seen much of today. The night is over for Hunter Cervenka. Just got one batter. One he was trying to get, which was Jerry Downs, and he'll give way now to Dylan Pfeiffer.
Pfeiffer is making his 4th appearance of the year, a 1.80 ERA in 5 innings pitched, 3 walks, 5 strikeouts, opponents hitting 125 against him.
Pfeiffer's going to deal with McGowan, Alfonso, and Levy here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Margaritaville Night was supposed to be a big celebration for the Rockers there. Struggling to come up with the magic they had yesterday.
Good thing is, a lot of fans in attendance. 2,069 the official attendance number. That's back-to-back nights at over 2,000 fans. The first time since the end of July. Nothing like some warm weather and a lot of smiling faces around the ballpark today. It's always good to see.
McGowan steps in for the Rockers. 0 for 3 night for him so far. Takes a fastball strike at the knees. Yeah, good to see a lot of people enjoying themselves at the ballpark tonight. And there's a lot of things that contribute to that. Good weather, good play in baseball by the Rockers recently, a good opponent in town. Curveball down low, 1-1. McGowan steps back into the left-handed box. Pfeiffer takes a long look in, now kicks and fires the 1-1. McGowan fouls it straight back. And on the ricochet, almost goes all the way back out to the mound. Although that ball is getting tossed back out of play. Going to count 1-2.
I don't know if you can hear it, but you can faintly hear from across the street. Blank Street Tavern is right across the way. They got some live music going on. Kind of hear drum or something.
1-2, curveball. Strike 3, they're going to ring up James McGowan. A one that just fell out of the sky there from Pfeiffer. That's out number 1. Brings up Giovanni Alfonso. Now, was that when we were here doing a remote game, I think it was the Lexington series, is that what we came out to that evening?
Yeah, I think it's every Friday and Saturday night. But you can, it's across the way and every single night. It makes you think like someone's playing a speaker or something in the stands.
If you look closely out over left field, way past Blessing Park, you can see some purple and blue lights over there, I think is where it's coming from. Pitch a fastball, strike to Alfonso. Comes the 0-1. Swing and a miss. Count 0-2. That's a fun little in-game soundtrack.
Kind of throws you off after usually the silence of after the music stops and the pitcher comes set.
For a moment, I thought I heard the plink of a keyboard. The 0-2 to Alfonso, way outside. Count 1-2. Hear the vocals coming now, yeah.
You can hear it a lot.
The funny thing is, though, that we can't hear enough to really tell everything he was saying. I thought he said something about fire roasted salad, which didn't sound right.
Don't think that's the words.
The 1-2. Strike 3 looking. They're going to ring up Alfonso, and he did not like that call at all. Back-to-back strikeouts for Piper, and that brings up Stuart Levy. Stuart Levy today, 1 for 3 with a double.
Stuart Levy.
That expanded strike zone, that's instead of being more north to south, it's a little more east to west this year. That's a pitch that just catches the outside bottom corner.
First pitch to Levy is a curveball that hits Hector Sanchez, and I think he got hit in the same spot as yesterday. The ball came up on him as he was going to block it, and it got him in a place that hurts.
Yeah, it's going to take a couple moments just to recover and stand there. The good thing is Stuart Levy, they can sort of create a pack. Levy's been there.
Yes, he has.
That's the place where you just kind of walk around and you just hope.
Everybody knows, and they all just kind of go, oh.
Yep. And there's nothing you can do about it. It's something where you just got to jump off the pain and.
The trainer, Deanna Reynolds, is smiling at him as she walks out there. She knows. Everybody knows.
Poor man, hopefully gets some extra post-game spread after that.
Got to be thinking, man, 2 days in a row. Here comes the 1-0. Levy swings, pops it up into foul territory. Looks playable, though. Is going over as Flores puts it away in foul territory, and the Rockers are retired 1-2-3 in the 8th inning. We go to the 9th. The Ducks lead it 9-3 your score on the Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto.
At the High Point Rockers, we believe in knocking education out of the park. Wesleyan Christian Academy, High Point Christian Academy, High Point Red School, the Piedmont School, and Westchester Country Day School offers students the opportunities to grow and learn in a fun and competitive environment. For more information, visit each school's website and get your child started on the path to success today. Once again, let's all welcome home High Point University students, faculty, and staff. And attention fans, those of you participating in the
Top of the 9th inning, Rockers trail the Ducks 9-3 as they're in the final stages of this one tonight. Rockers go to the bullpen after a rough 8th inning for Ryan Dole. She gave up 3 hits, 4 runs, all earned, a walk, and 3 strikeouts. Give way now to the right-hander Chase Ingram.
Chase Ingram making his 6th appearance, 5 2/3 innings, 11.12 the earned run average, 6 walks, 4 strikeouts. Opponents hitting .318 against him.
They'll be facing 7, 8, and 9. That's Flores, Kelly in the pitcher's spot.
Get your cricket service today. Please help me welcome the new Rockers pitcher number 3.
It looks like
Chase Ingram.
swinging a bat there is Brady Dragmeyer. Not sure if swinging the bat is something he's done a whole lot of, but
they do have some guys on the bench you can swing at. Jesse Berardi, Ezekiel, check that, Juan De La Cruz and Davidson Romero are all on the bench, but maybe a situation where, why not? Give a guy a bat, see what happens.
Dragmeyer in this season is 0 for 1 with a run scored. Makes it seem like you reached maybe on an error or a fielder's choice or something of that nature. Here comes Ramon Flores to lead things off today, or lead things off this inning. As a single and a triple.
The third baseman, 27, Ty Kelly.
Actually, this is Ty Kelly here. I must have gotten off on my scorebook. Kelly is the leadoff hitter. First pitch to Kelly, a fastball strike, and the count 0-1. Looks like a right-hander up in the bullpen for the Ducks. Here comes the 1-1 to Kelly. And did it clip him on the foot? No, it did not. It was just down low, and the count 2-1. Well, as fun as it was here tonight on Margaritaville Night, and the atmosphere on the concourse was electric, as this one a fly ball, center field, Johnny Field racing back, going back, and puts it away. A couple of steps in front of the wall. It's out number 1, brings up, in fact, Brady Dragmeyer. As fun as Margaritaville was tonight at the ballpark, and the atmosphere was a lot of fun out on the concourse area, for as superstitious as this team is, I have a feeling they'll never wear these jerseys again. First pitch to Dragmeyer. It's a strike.
Fans, your attention, please. Pitching for the Ducks, number 30, Brady Dragmeyer.
And this is interesting. Brady Dragmeyer has had 36 at-bats in his professional career with a .222 average and 2 RBIs. He takes a strike. They count 0-2.
We mentioned in a couple innings back that this has the feel of a midweek college baseball game where your pitchers aren't going too long, everyone's getting at bats, and you usually see some weird stuff in midweeks.
So get this, first the 0-2, curveball, and that's strike 3 looking. 3 pitches, Dragmeyer's gone, but listen to this. In 2018, between AA Harrisburg and AAA Syracuse in the Washington Nationals organization, Dragmeyer hit .292 that year.
Not bad at all.
No, not especially for a pitcher. That'll bring up Vladimir Frias.
Number 1, Vladimir Frias.
Frias today has scored a couple of runs, including last inning when he struck out but reached on a passed ball and came in and scored. Ingram delivers, fastball, just below the knees, and the count 1-0. In the bottom of the ninth, the Rockers will have 8, 9, and 1. That's J.R. DiSarcina, the pitcher's spot, and Johnny Field. Fastball hit on the ground, and just past the dive of DiSarcina, full extension by the Rockers' second baseman. Couldn't quite snag it, so it's a 2-out single for Frias, and the ninth inning continues for Steve Lombardozzi. Lombardozzi today,
Number 2.
1 hit and 5 trips to the plate.
Lombardozzi.
Ingram comes set. Here comes the first pitch. Fastball hit on the ground toward short. Nice hop for Alfonso. His throw is going to be to first base. Downs makes the scoop in time. Nifty 6-3 there, and that's the final out of the 9th inning. We go to the bottom of the 9th. Rockers trail by 6 on the Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto.
One time,
Bottom of the 9th inning, Rockers trail 9-3 against the Long Island Ducks. A couple of fans making their early exits here tonight. Still 3 outs of baseball left to be played. Pfeiffer's evening is finished. Final line on Pfeiffer tonight. It's 1 inning, 2 strikeouts. Give way to the right-hander Michael DeSanti here at the bottom of the 9th.
DeSanti on the year making his 3rd appearance, has thrown 4 innings, ERA of 4.50, 2 walks, 3 strikeouts. Opponents hitting .313 against him.
DeSanti will face 8-9-1, which will be, again, J.R.D. Sarcina, the pitcher spot, which the pinch hitter will be Randy Norris. And then Johnny Field. Hector Sanchez throws down to second base, and we're about ready to get things going here in the 9th. D. Sarcina comes up today. 1 hit, 3 trips to the plate. Don't forget to stick around following the conclusion of this game for the Rickster's Grill postgame show. We'll wrap everything up from tonight's action and get you set for tomorrow. Again, should be a fun one, and what looks like it'll be a rubber match game between the Rockers and the Ducks. Fastball to D. Sarcina, down low, 1-0. The final time in the regular season these two teams will match up, which means that with about a month and a half left of regular season, the Rockers are done facing both first half champions. Fastball lined right field, base hit just over the leap of Ramon Flores. D. Sarcina, a big turn, comes back to first base, and it's a leadoff single. D. Sarcina made the most of his starting opportunities recently.
That's back-to-back multi-hit games for him.
That'll bring up Randy Norris. Randy Norris on the year, 240, 2 home runs, 12 batted in. Another guy who's made the most of his recent opportunities. DeSanti comes set, first pitch to Norris. Swings, ground ball toward short. Frias flips it over to Lombardozzi. 1, the turn to first in time. That's a 6-4-3 double play, and the Rockers are down to their final out. Brings up Johnny Field. For the second night in a row, Field comes up with 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th, but unlike last night, 1 swing of the bat will not end it in a positive way for the Rockers.
Number 2, Johnny Field.
Field does have a home run tonight. Looking to join the double-digit club in the home run department for the Rockers. Here's the pitch from DeSanti, and Field puts a big swing on it, fouls it off, count 0-1. Again, join us tomorrow for the series finale. If you can't make it out in person, we've got you covered on MixLR and YouTube. Should be a fun one. Cooper Casad, Anderson De Leon going for the Ducks. 5:05 first pitch. We're on air tomorrow, 4:30 on MixLR and 4:50 on YouTube. Curveball, Field takes it, and it misses outside, 1-1. The inning continues. Michael Martinez waits on deck. DeSanti steps off, steps back on. Here comes the 1-1. That one swung on deep into left field. Mazzilli goes back at the wall, leaps. Did he come down with it? He did. I don't know if that ball was quite going to go out, but it was extra bases for sure. It's caught, and that's the final out of the ball game. The Ducks take down the Rockers. Final score tonight is 9-3. Stick around. We've got the Rickster's Grill postgame show coming up. It's coming up next. The Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto.
Final score this evening, Long Island Ducks 9, your High Point Rockers 3. Fans, stick around tonight. Watch the Pregame for Diamonds contest presented by Simon Jewelers. It's going to be a fun-filled night. And Rockers fans, the party is not over. Visit Rickster Grill, the official postgame hangout of the High Point Rockers. Visit them tonight at 3815 Tinsley Drive in High Point. And fans, remember you can pack the point and watch your favorite Rockers players go up against these Long Island Ducks one more time tomorrow, Sunday, August the 29th. Children 13 and under can run the bases after the game. And then you can come back and join us again August 31st through September the 2nd. Watch your Rockers go up against the Gastonia Honey Hunters. And don't miss our Agriculture Night, September the 1st, presented by Guilford County Farm Bureau and Young Farmers and Ranchers. Learn the history and importance of agriculture in North Carolina. We look forward to seeing you then. Once again, fans, 9-3 tonight. The Ducks over your Rockers. We're setting up for Digging for Diamonds. Stick around. It's presented by Simon Jewelers. It will be a fun-filled night. Thanks for coming out to Truist Point. Please drive home carefully and arrive home safely. We'll see you tomorrow for more Rockers baseball.
Welcome back for the Rickster's Grill postgame show. Rickster's Grill is the official postgame hangout, the High Point Rockers. You can visit them today at 3815 Tinsley Drive in High Point. Well, this one didn't go the Rockers' way in Margaritaville Night. The Long Island Ducks take down the Rockers. Final score of 9-3. It was a game that Rockers really kept themselves in it up until that 8th inning, 7th and 8th inning, they give up a combined 5 runs, the bullpen does, in those last 2 innings. But up until then, the game was really shaping up to look a lot like yesterday, in which it might come down to the wire. But ultimately, the Rockers bullpen just not able to keep it close.
It was, but it's one of those games for the Rockers where not everything went their way. And after an 8-game home winning streak, not everything can go your way every single night. It's just one of those games for the Rockers where the bullpen, as good as it's been, had some cracks in it, some guys getting work in situations they hadn't been in a while, and just knocked off some rust. But the good thing was it got a lot of guys some work, a lot of guys back into the groove and back into the grind, and now they're good to go, and we'll see what happens tomorrow.
Well, in the 2nd inning, the Long Island Ducks got the scoring started. Ramon Flores, a triple that brought in a run. Vladimir Frias would drive in 2 on a single, and Lou Ford would bounce out. That would allow Vladimir Frias to come in and score, and all of a sudden the Ducks take a 4-0 lead. Bottom of the 3rd inning, the Rockers with a man aboard. Jonathan Crawford, who we should mention, smacked a single up the middle. Really hard-hit baseball for his first hit. Johnny Field comes up right after and launches a home run to left field, his 2nd home run in as many days, and the Rockers cut it in half. It's 4-2 at that point. Bottom of the 4th inning with Giovanni Alfonso aboard. Stuart Levy lines one into left field, gets past L.J. Mazzilli, and the resulting double brings home Alfonso 4-3. Rockers trail by 1. Then at the top of the 7th inning, though, things start to pull away a little bit for the Long Island Ducks. A double from Hector Sanchez would bring in Chris Shaw. Ducks would lead 5-3. But then top of the 8th, that's where things really started to unravel a little bit. On a strikeout to Vladimir Frias, the ball gets away from Stuart Levy. Ty Kelly scores. L.J. Mazzilli would drive in another run on a base hit moments later. And then with a couple runners in scoring position, Hector Sanchez would line one into right field. Frias and Mazzilli would both score. Your final is 9-3 Ducks.
Final time of the game, 3 hours and 29 minutes. That's final attendance, 2,069. It's time to go around the Atlantic League one final time, brought to you by Ginny Morrow Cruise Planners. Lancaster takes down West Virginia 9-4. Tommy Shirley the win. Alexis Candelario the loss, falls to 2-7. Daryl Thompson becomes the first to double-digit wins as the Blue Crabs take down the York Revolution. 8-1 the final in Pennsylvania. Thompson, the win, improves to 10-2. Justin Laura, the loss, falls to 1-2. Gastonia all over Lexington, tied for the highest runs in a game this year. 20-8 the final. Euclides Layer gets the win, improves to 1-0. Eli Garcia, the loss, falls to 3-3.
Wow, that's just 20-8. That's hard to believe. And we were joking about some of the college football scores today and whether somebody would put up 30 or 40. Well, Gastonia made a good run of it there as they got to 20 tonight. Here at Truist Point, the Ducks improved to 44-36 overall. In the second half, the Long Island Ducks do improve to 8-13. The Rockers fall to 45-37. They fall to 14-8 in the second half. Winning pitcher is Clint Freeman, improves to 1-2. Neil Uscali takes the loss and falls to 1-1. Time to hand out a game ball for today, and up and down at the box score. I think the guy that I'm going to go with today, I think, is going to be Jonathan Crawford. Came in after a rough 2 innings from Neil Uscali. Crawford really settled things down, pitched 2 scoreless innings, giving up a hit, walking 1, but really kind of righted the ship and gave the Rockers an opportunity to come back, which they did. By the time that Crawford left the game, the score was 4-3.
I'm going to go with Stuart Levy. He's been a guy who struggled over the past couple of weeks, but has a hit in 2 consecutive games, a single in the 9th inning last night, a double here in the 4th inning, brings a run home, and he's a guy who's slowly working himself out of a little funk, and that's a bat that if he can get going, that's a big thing for the Rockers.
Tomorrow, the series finale between the Rockers and the Ducks, set for a 5:05 first pitch, will be on the air tomorrow with the Sweet Old Bills pregame show at 4:30. And on YouTube at 4:50. Cooper Casad the start for the Rockers, and Anderson De Leon for the Long Island Ducks. And It's an interesting situation, Javik. What do you think that we'll see tomorrow? I think we're going to go back to another low-scoring game. I don't think we see the winning team score more than 5 or 6 runs tomorrow based on this pitching matchup alone.
I'd agree with that. I think Cooper Casad's someone that's going to go late into the ball game. He's pitched well basically all year long and has been on fire about the last month and a half. On the other side for De Leon, I'd expect a lot of the same, but then again, we said it about the Gastonia series, and look what happened. So at this point, who knows what we're going to see, but you got to hope for a good pitching matchup. The
one big difference, this ballpark, although still plays a little bit in the hitter's favor, has not been as big of a hitter's park as we saw in 2019. That'll about wrap things up for us tonight. Javik, final thoughts, though, before we call it a night.
For the Rockers, it's just another one of those tough losses that has happened at times throughout the year. Nothing too crazy, but at the end of the day, the Rockers come back tomorrow, a chance to take this series, and that's all that matters.
Absolutely, and that's the big thing, is they're putting themselves in situations to win series and to improve their standings. Now, they will fall to a 1-game lead over the Gastonia Honey Hunters. 2 games still the deficit, or the advantage rather, over the West Virginia Power going into tomorrow's series. Again, final score, the Long Island Ducks 9, the High Point Rockers 3. We'll see you back tomorrow, 5:05 first pitch, as the Rockers look to take the series here at home. That'll do it for us tonight. The Rockers and the Ducks. Ducks win at 9-3. For everybody down at the Rockers Baseball Network in the control room, and Javik Blake, I'm Kendrick Fruit saying have a rockin' evening, and we'll see you tomorrow.